I think one of the juniors. So juniors across the world, they have a much lower rapid rating than a Blitz rating, and I made a very elaborate study with the Google Sheets and the list of all the juniors, their classical rapid Blitz with all the data and everything. So yeah, I think you make a fair point. Unless someone is ridiculously underrated, but I don't see any junior who could do that. Do you see that?
Yeah, I'm just scrolling through the boards, just keeping an eye on the bar, but nothing has caught my eye so far. The bar always seems to be leaning heavily on one side. Maybe we can have a look, a jump to a game. Ilya Schneider is playing on board. Wait, what board is that? Board number 16 against Jakub Hervey
Yes.
from Poland, I
We just we,
suppose.
we just need a moment to get that back,
Sure, of
as
course.
I got locked out of the chess software too.
Of course. So in that game, well, we'll bring up the board in a minute. But it looks like Jakob. I don't know. Let me Google him, find out if he's a young player. But he has certainly an interesting position against Schneider, who we remember well. So Jakob is born 2007, so 14 years old, quite young. And Ilya
Yes,
Schneider,
and we have the
yesterday for
board
me, that
now.
was one of the highlights. Oh, fantastic. And oh, there they are. So thank you so much to our production team for bringing them up on the camera. I will bring up the board in a second as well. And yeah, I was just saying Ilya Schneider, for me, his celebration after his victory in the very last game against Duda was one of the highlights of the day for me. It's so nice. We don't see it so often, these emotions in chess. So it was really nice to see.
Indeed, indeed. It was a pleasure. It was a joy to watch his happiness. It felt contagious. And personally, I don't think it really insults the loser. Or I think we have this tradition in chess, to be very respectful to our opponent, not to celebrate in front of them, which is fair and which is how I grew up. I wouldn't even smile after winning a game, to be sensitive to my opponent, because we understand how painful it is. But I think it's also a
Yes.
part of a general global sporting tradition to express your emotions, and especially with more esports now. Yes, uh, I
Yeah,
think
and
I think
I
it's very
think
nice.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's important to not do it like before the game is over. I think we saw one example. I won't name any names, but during the World Cup of a celebration during the game, maybe that was a bit unusual. But I think after the game, and it was clear that it was genuine emotion. He was not showing off or putting on a show. I think this genuine emotion is really, really nice to see. And
Indeed.
while I was talking, actually, some pieces have come off here, so not as interesting anymore. But still, I think Jakob is doing a very good job so far.
Yeah, so far it's equal pawns. I think the danger that he faces is on his king side. Yes, some kind of queen h4. Yeah, played instantly, and I think Ilya really wants to get king d7 and rook h8. But maybe he'll start with rook into e1, and after white takes back, then he goes king g7, and then tries to get rook h8. For now, the white queen
Yeah,
cannot. Yeah,
cannot go because
it
of the
cannot.
pawn
Yeah.
hanging on d4.
Yes. You were saying, Fiona?
Yeah, no, sorry, I was just saying that we would like to play queen h3 to defend against that mate threat, but for now it dropped a pawn, so it's not so clear how white should defend.
Yes. So I think he goes rook c6. Ilya goes rook c6, queen b3, rook b6. Again, Ilya playing so fast. It's the very opposite of how I would approach a situation like this. I wouldn't be flashing out moves so quickly. I would take my time, especially in the first round. I would try to get used to things, and I would try to figure out what White's best defense could be and how I intend to. But this is just Ilya's style, and it worked very well for him against JKD yesterday. It was
Yeah,
a
absolutely. But
fantastic game.
it really was. And I'm curious to see how it's going to serve him in the rapid, because it's slightly different, of course, a lot more time on the clock to start with. And maybe we can jump to another game, but I just wanted to let you know and to let our viewers know there's already a few games that have finished. So Igor Kovalenko has won his game, Imre Balog has won his game. Bernardsky has won his game, and Alexander Donchenko, Andrei Sumet. So those are some of the higher rated players that have already won their games quite quickly in this first round. And let me just see if there's anything, if I can find some interesting game somewhere, or if you see something, let me know.
Absolutely. And
Where could we
also
jump?
the chat. If the chat sees something interesting.
Absolutely. So I'm keeping an eye on both chats, the European Chess TV and Kathy's channel. So if you have any suggestions, if you see any exciting games, just let us know. Maybe we can have a look at Krasenkov's game, since he didn't play, we didn't see any of his games. So it's board 20, and he's playing against women candidate master Joanna Furtak.
And there's a pretty interesting position on the board as well, yeah. It's equal material, but the white king seems a bit more exposed than the black king. And probably the reason I feel so when I look at the position at first is because, I mean, there's just no pawn cover in front of the king, and there are also a couple of black pieces very near white's king. Apart from that, I think the another element at play here is the weakness of the d3 pawn. And Krasenko is a very he's a player who's founded in a very classical style and is strategically very sound. So he's probably going to double his rooks on the d file and then play something like knight a4. And if white takes bishop into c5 in order to solve the d3 pawn problems, then usually in chess, when you have a weak pawn, the square in front of it is also not well controlled by that piece. And in this case, the d4 square is a very good point for black, and the black bishop would just sit here and exert pressure against the white king. So it's a very nice position for black, and it's not going to be easy for white to fight against these problems.
Absolutely, I agree with you. It's certainly not easy, but still, I mean, Joanna has done a great job to get even to this position well into the middle game, where she still definitely has some fighting chances. Of course, the time situation is another problem. Already she's playing against an opponent who's so much higher rated, so much more experienced. And then as the time ticks down, of course, the defense gets tougher and tougher. Just
But
keep
d4 is a good
scrolling.
move.
There's one more. Oh, very nice. Okay, we can stick here maybe, especially since we have the players on the camera. We can watch this a bit longer if you want.
Yes, I'd be happy to watch this a bit longer. How do you think black should respond here? I It would have been nice if this pawn was on b3, instead of the pawn on b2. I'll let chat figure out why. It would be nice to have this pawn on b3 in this exact same position. If we make a random move and if black is to play here, then how would you continue in this position?
It's good. You're also testing me. It also took me a second to see it. A very nice little tactical shot indeed. So let's see who's going to get there first in the chat. Who's going to tell us what the answer is? So I'm looking once again
Yeah.
in both streams. We're not going to go away until someone gives us the answer. So Who is it gonna be? Maybe in the worst case, Katy herself has to answer it.
Oh, Ketty is incredible, in these things. I have commentated with her so much, and in the initial times, she used to answer before I even completed the question. Before I said chat,
I
she would
saw
give it the
those
move.
videos actually. I remember these. I saw the clip of it. It was so funny. Chat is still waking up, says Blue Boy. Okay, well, now that you're awake, what's the answer?
The Indian
Someone.
chat should be very awake by this time.
True, very true. Katy
Uh,
is
the,
saving us. The saving grace. Queen C3, indeed.
and so I know. Yes, queen into c3, king into c3, and the point is to take knight into e4 check, and it's a fork, and black has one pawn, but it's probably yeah, it's only one pawn. Black wins a pawn at the end of it because black captured the e4 pawn at this point, and both the sides have lost their queen. Black gave up his queen for white's knight, and got got back the queen after giving up the knight. So both the sides lost a queen and a knight, but in the end, black wins a pawn more. So this was the idea. And going back to the live position,
Oh, Srinath,
yes.
I'm sorry, but we have to go back to Ilya Schneider's game because I think Ilya might be actually in huge trouble suddenly.
Oh, the unless clause you
Somehow,
added, it makes a lot of sense now.
incredible. When we left, we thought White was gonna be in trouble on the H file, and suddenly it's Black himself who was in big, big trouble here along the same H file.
Yes, live by the H file, die by the H file. And the problem for black is after queen h7 check, king f8. Now, probably something like rook e3, yeah. But it's not entirely clear because black would still have queen h4 in that case. But I think fundamentally, yeah, white can just keep giving checks. Queen h7, king f8, queen h8, king e7, rook e3 check, king d7, queen e8 check, and at some
And
point
when,
black should be losing something here.
I'm very curious if we can get back because we had the camera. Oh, just as I said, so there is Krasenkov. I'm curious if we can find Ilya Schneider on the camera because I would be curious to see what he's looking like now. Yesterday, he finished his tournament by winning the very last game of the tournament against Jan Krzysztof Duda, and now he's in huge trouble here in the very first round against an opponent who is rated 1,000, no, not exactly 1,000, but 800, almost 900 points lower than him.
Indeed, it's such a hot and cold sport, yeah, chess. One day you're beating the Polish number one, the world number nine, and the next day you're losing against someone rated 1600. But I think that's the beauty of the sport as well. Anyone stands a chance against anyone in any format.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if he's there on the, because earlier I don't see him on the camera still. No, we see, but okay, it's nice also to get the view into the playing hall. Oh, there
Oh,
they
yeah,
are.
we found him.
Now we have them. It's a mobile cameras. We hunted him down with the mobile camera, and he is not looking very happy. Yesterday, when we remember him, against Jan Krzysztof, his body language was very confident, very focused. He's still focused here, but not so much of that confidence right now. It's so tough to even find a move for him actually after Queen D3.
Yes, let's go through the options for black. Yeah, for example, what if black plays f5 to start with to prevent white from playing queen to h7. So what if he starts? Did he play? No, he hasn't played. He hasn't made his move yet. But if f5, I think the problem is it's not entirely clear to me straight out either. But I think the problem should be something related to queen c3 check, and after rook f6, something like queen c8. Yeah. Um,
I'm just
Now the
trying to,
idea for white is
because
to
I
keep.
think that's what, sorry to interrupt you, because I think that those moves happened on the board, right? If we look at the camera, because
Oh,
my
did it?
little stuck also after queen d3, but I think the queen is standing on c3. It's standing on a, I think on, oh, there we go.
Ah,
That's perfect, actually. So yeah, we had these moves. And now the board is also updated. So rook d3 has just been played by white. Maybe we can now bring back the 2D board. Rook d3 has been played, and it's once again black. But Jakob is playing this very confidently here. And this d pawn, Srinat, is looking very, very scary.
indeed, Fiona, and it doesn't help black at all that the rook on f6 is pinned by the white queen, so the rook cannot move, and black is then virtually playing with only one piece, the queen, and he has to stop this d pawn. So I would imagine that he would probably have to play something like f4, and now after d6, black cannot play f3 trying to checkmate the white king because white can just take rook into f3 and it's a pin again. So this would compound black's misery. Black would have to stay defensive. Black would have to survive one more at a time and go back queen d7. It's uh, it's like, what do you say to the god of resign? Not this move. You have to just try and keep doing it, try and keep prolonging to the game, and
Actually, I was going to
hope
say
that your
maybe we
opponent.
can go back. Yes, indeed. Well, he will have to, but I think we are seeing a problem. I think maybe we found the answer, as you were saying. You know, when we left here, I was asking you, do you think he might be playing a bit too fast or what's going on? And I think maybe we can go back a few moves on the board and try to see if we can find where his mistake was. Because when we left, life was looking good for Ilya, and suddenly things turned around very quickly.
Indeed, Fiona. So we last left at this point with Queen B3 and Rook B6. And what
Sorry, we
happened
just
here?
have to bring back the. We'll just have to bring back the board to have a look at this variation. Okay, so we have the board now.
Yes. So Queen C, we last left at this point, the black queen attacking, sorry, the black rook attacking the white queen. The white queen moved away with Queen C3, and now King G7, the idea to checkmate white with Rook H8. White played Rook to E3 in order to prevent this with Rook H3, Rook D8, Rook D1, Rook H8. To be honest, this doesn't make any sense because if you want to play Rook H8, you might as well start with it. But what Ilya had in mind was to play Rook D8, get this Rook onto D1, and then go Rook H8. So after Rook H3, the inevitable move, Black plays Queen G4 and attacks the D1 Rook and also simultaneously threatens Rook into H3. But what he probably missed was that White had Rook D D3, immediately replacing the H3 Rook with another Rook of its own. And after Rook into H3, Rook into H3, it was White's Rook which was on the H file, Black, not Black's. And I think it started to change around this point. The problem was Ilya was probably looking for a very direct way to finish off White, but there was no direct path. He tried to find a direct way to try and win something, and now he goes Rook C6, Queen D2, G5, and here he started getting in real trouble. White had her problems defended, and now she uses the assets of her position, the D pawn, and the prospects on the H file. So D5, Rook D6, and Queen D3, and we are Oh yeah.
I mean, G5 is such a strange move to make to weaken the light squares like this. Like even instinctively, I feel like in Blitz this is a move that you wouldn't play because the rook is already standing on the H file. And to open the king like this just seems very, very reckless. And I'm curious how fast he made that move because it's so committal. And I really think we found the exact moment now where things went wrong.
Indeed, I think we zoomed in on the exact moment when things were shifting for black, and I think the game continued in the direction that we were expecting. F5 was played, Queen C3 check, Rook F6, and Rook D3. A very smart move, defending the D1 point, supporting the D pawn, and now after Queen A4, D6, Queen D7. He didn't play F4. Instead, he brought the queen to D7 from A4, which keeps the king and Queen E5, King G6, freeing up Rook, Rook D5, preventing Black from playing Rook E6 because then there would be Queen into F5 check. So the Rook stays immobilized and White threatens to play Queen E7, Queen into E7, D into E7, and if Rook E6, then White has Rook D6.
That's a lovely tactic, actually. Maybe we can show that line, put it on the board, because that's really, really nice.
Indeed. After Queen E7, Black probably has to take on E7 because if he moves the Queen, then White is just two steps away from queening. Queen into E7, D into E7, and now White threatens to Queen. So Rook E6 is the only move to stop this pawn from promoting. And now we have this excellent move, Rook D6, pinning the Rook and forcing the promotion of the E pawn.
And I have to say, Srinat, I'm super, super impressed with how Jakob is handling this chance he was given by Ilya. From the moment that Ilya played this move G5, he has just played a perfect game. And if we come back to the live position, I mean, it looks like he's already, with every move he's making progress, and it's looking like it could be over almost quite soon.
Yes, with every move, he's making progress, and he has also gone ahead on time compared to Ilya. Ilya got into a worse position, and then he started thinking. He has played King G7 though. Again, in these types of positions, you have to try and keep going one more at a time and try and make the moves that doesn't lose immediately. You keep going, you keep trying, and you try not to lose immediately, and it builds up the pressure on your opponent because they have to try and find something that finishes off the game. So if you keep resisting, I
That's
think
true. And actually, well, I
yes.
did say, it looks like it's almost over, but still, of course, if Black does what he's doing and just waits with King G7, King G6, then what is the way actually to break through here for White?
The way for White to break through here, I think there are two ways. One is you can try and find something related to Queen E5, Queen E7. Black goes King G7. We have had this position, and I think they have repeated this how many times? We had this position once here, and this is the second time. So if Black goes King G7 here, that would be the second time, and if it happens three times, it would be a draw. And yeah, so here is the question: how does White break through here? And if Queen E7 is not possible, then the other way is probably to try and create a second front, go back with the Rook maybe, and try and create something like F3. But this can be a committal move and a double-edged sword because then it also opens the White King up on the G file. But I would think that it's probably White's pieces are better placed to take advantage of an opening up like this. So I think F3 is one way to go. What Jakub is doing is he's trying to open things up on the queen side with B4, B5. He realizes that, oh, he could play Queen E7 here. couldn't he?
Ah, Queen E7 was there, yes. Very nice. Yeah,
Yes,
there it
Queen
was.
E7. I think you have to be careful though with Queen E7, Queen C6. You just come back Rook D1 maybe, or you just need to watch out for this Queen C1 check and Queen F4 ideas. This could be a perpetual.
Yes.
So I think you probably need to go Rook D1 here, and it's not clear. But I'm not sure if he saw this Rook E7, to be honest. Now I
Okay,
can't see the
let's go.
players. Can
They are, we can see them
what?
on the right side. Yeah, now we're back with the camera. I'm very happy to see that Jakob, he had the chance to repeat the moves. And sometimes it can be a bit tempting when you're playing someone so much higher rated, but I think he senses, how good his position was. But now also his king might get a little bit weak.
Oh, did he blender the
Both
pawn? He
players,
blended the d6 pawn.
oh my God, oh no.
I think he has, yeah, because I felt that from his
I
body
think
language as soon as
so.
he made the move.
Oh my God. This is a dramatic moment because now suddenly black is better again.
Yes, the momentum
Okay,
has
so the
turned,
rooks.
and I didn't like this g3 move in general. I thought
Yeah,
the way to go was f3.
yeah. And now he will have to suffer for a long time to make a draw, although
Yes,
it's
although
also
it's
not so
encouraging
clear
for
what.
white because the black king is pretty exposed. Yeah, there is this threats with queen g8 check and queen h8.
Yeah, that is true.
I think black should probably go queen f3 here, and after queen g8, king f6, start bringing the king forward. So there are two ways you can hide your queen in the queen end games. One is behind the pawns, but if it's no longer possible to hide it behind the pawns, then you have to move your king forward. And in this situation, black probably needs to just run his king forward and try and bring it towards the b5 pawn. With queen on f3, it defends all of black's pawns. It defends the b7 pawn, it defends the f5 pawn, it defends. It doesn't defend the f7 pawn, but I think that's the less important pawn right now. So queen f3 would be my move here, and then try and bring the king forward and try and take black's pawns. If white plays king g1, then black can go king g7. But if white doesn't play king g1, then I bring I bring my king forward.
Yeah, I think actually you are making a good point that what happened here? Okay, we had a few more
Oh, he
moves
played queen
actually.
d4.
D4. And white took on b7, queen f2, and queen g2.
Queen g2 is a good move because the black king is outside the stopping this pawn. This is the square for this pawn, and the black king has to be within this point, and the black king is quite far outside. So white can just go back queen c6 check and start pushing his pawns, I think. And
Yeah.
then black would play king g7, b6, and now queen f2 check. Uh, this is black's threat. Yeah. So maybe start with king g2 here.
Maybe we have to be a bit more careful. Yeah.
But I
So
don't like
king
queen e2 to be
g2.
honest. Queen e2
Sorry,
is
you
what he
didn't
made
like
in the
what?
game, yeah.
Queen e2.
Queen e2
Yeah. Yeah.
because I think white should try and keep these pawns going. He should keep black on the edge of his seat. If queen e2 feels a bit defensive to me.
You want to defend actively with the queen, not passively. It's funny because the bar is never shaken, no matter what move they make. It just says 0, 0, 0. So there seems to be some path. Like the path is not super thin, because it's also just incredibly hard actually for black to make progress, because as soon as black tries to push any pawns, the king will probably be too exposed. Other pawns will become weak, so it's also incredibly difficult black to make progress if white just defends passively.
Yeah, we're back. I think I lost you for a few seconds.
Okay, I was just saying that it's also it's difficult for black to make progress if white defends passively, because to make progress you will have to some pawns at some point, and every pawn push is going to expose the king a bit more and also create more pawn weaknesses.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely true. And it also exposes the black king to a potential perpetual check with every pawn move. So it looks pretty safe for white. The king is relatively safe, and if the black king starts moving towards the white pawn, then the pawns on the king side can be exerted pressure against the f5 pawn, the f7 pawn.
Yeah,
So
and
at the
I
moment, it
have to
looks pretty
say I'm
safe.
impressed. Yeah, I'm impressed with how Jakub, because sometimes it's not easy. You know, you had a winning position and then you blunder in your position, and sometimes in these moments it's easy to just collapse. And like, I hope for him that he will hold the draw, because
Me
chess
too,
is
me
such a
too.
heartbreaking game. I think a draw
Yes,
would be a fair result after this crazy game.
absolutely. I'm sure. I completely agree with you. It would be a fair result, but I think this game is going to go for a while. Yeah, Ilya is not going to consider draw so easily. He's going to keep moving his king around. He goes king g5, king f6, back and forth, and now the king to h5. We have had this position once earlier, and I think that was with black to play. No,
No, also with white. Also, so on move 58, I think we had white to play,
okay.
and he played queen c2. So this position we have now. So let me
It's
see,
the
king
second time, yes.
g6. It's not. Yeah, it's. I always find it so hard, these
Oh yes,
threefold,
it's
because
three times. It's three times, or it hasn't been claimed in the game, yes. But chess.com it showed me a draw. So I think the
he
algorithm
could
kind
have
of
claimed, yeah.
flagged it. The first time I was here on the 58th move, and I don't know when the second time was, but yeah, I think this position they had three times, but he did not claim it, and now Black finally makes some progress with f4. This is what I was a bit worried about as white, when black gets f4, I wanted white's pawns to be a bit more forward so that black cannot freely try to play for a win. He has to also think about his defense. And it's nice to be in situations where your opponent also has to be scared of losing. So they cannot just try and find ways to win with impunity, They have to watch out for their own defense. It gives a lot of freedom when they're just playing for two results without any fear of losing.
For sure. What would you say is, from this moment on out, that it should still be a draw? The bar is not moving. It just says 0, 0, 0 all the way. Do you think Jakub will manage to hold?
I think it's still not completely straightforward. Although Stockfish says it's 0.00, Black does have one more pawn. The danger for Black, though, is if the queens get traded, then it could be winning for White because the Black king is too far away,
Yeah.
and it's also not easy to find a way to hide Black's king. But I think Black has pretty decent winning chances here. What do you think?
Yeah, also, I'm a little bit worried that at some point G3 will come. Black has to find the right moment, of course, because they might, of course, for the computer, it's easy to find a perpetual if there is one, but for a human who's playing with 1 minute on the clock, it's a lot more difficult.
Yes, Stockfish evaluates it as 0.00, but I'm not sure if Jakub is doing the same. The way he would be thinking is that I'm under pressure and I have to find the best defense and I have to keep the game going. As Black, I think it would be ideal to find moves which doesn't have a direct threat, but which makes it hard for White to find a move. Yeah, King G5 was what I was expecting to be made, and we have it on the board. And also, I sense that Yakub has been a bit scared to make an offensive move for a really long time here. So I wouldn't expect him to make something like Queen C6 and try and move the B pawn. He wants to keep his queen very close to the first and second rank. And as Black, I would also be trying to take advantage of this, try and find moves where keeping the queen on the first and second rank wouldn't be working anymore.
Yeah, and we see Ilya is giving some checks. I think Ilya is also very experienced, I think, in these rapid time controls. When you get a 10-second increment, sometimes it can be a very good idea to make a few quick checks to give yourself some extra thinking time. And now we see finally Jakob is starting to use that B pawn. And I think he's really, at the moment, still holding his own perfectly, but the black pawns are starting to look a bit scary. So thankfully, the white
Oh,
pawn is
now it's
more advanced,
perpetual.
and maybe now.
Now it's
Oh, now
now it's
it's
a perpetual.
easy. Yeah,
Yeah, he just forgot about
yeah.
it. He just
And there
forgot
is the
about Queen
fist
G7 check
bump to
and
end. Wow,
and
what a
he
game and
immediately
what a
offers a draw.
result. Huge. Yeah, he looked disgusted actually by missing this. I think he was still hoping, of course, to use these two pawns and create some threats. But I think Jakob, of course, he might have missed a win earlier, but it wasn't like, oh, an easy win in one move missed or something like this. There was still some work to be done. And I think once he blundered that pawn, which was heartbreaking, he did such a perfect job defending and still holding the draw. So kudos to Jakob.
Absolutely. I think he recovered really well after after missing those D6 pawn. And overall, he played at a pretty high level, much higher than 1600.
Absolutely. So yeah, congratulations to him. I think so. As far as I can see, the only upset of this first round. And now we're going to go back to the Spodek Arena in Katowice to Ketty and Piotr, because very soon we will have the opening, the official opening ceremony. And Srinath and I will be back here for round 2 in 45 minutes. So we will see you then.
What a game was that? And Ilya is a player who's not really hiding his emotions after winning or making a draw just like that. This is what we're really lacking in chess, to show the emotions. Fiona Entry had the talk earlier, and this is the open question to our chat on YouTube and Twitch. What do you guys think? Should players be more open to show their emotions, or they should more be respectful to their opponents, as Shri mentioned earlier? So this is a question to you guys, and we now are going to have a longer break because we do have opening ceremony and we have special guests coming from city, and also we do have the nation orchestra in here, so we're looking to see that ceremony. But before that, we would like to take you to some of the chess games, and Peter will take take over from now and will show you the games.
I think you've seen the most interesting game live. But I will just show you some diagrams from other games which I thought are interesting. So, for example, here Andrei Sumet playing against Patryk Gajewski. I think it's like almost 1000 rating difference, and I think it's good to see, to underline why sometimes the lower rated players are losing the games, what are the typical mistakes they do. So we all know that development in chess is very, very important. So for now, yeah, Black's position does not look that bad. I mean, he developed both knights, the bishop, but unfortunately he's not ready to castle. While White already castled, brought some pieces out. Okay, usually we don't move the queen out early on, but that's the reason that the queen can be attacked. But the queen on c4 is quite okay. So White has some advantage because Black cannot castle. However, Black's position would be still okay if he just developed with some bishop d7 or some queen e7, then maybe preparing some bishop e6 or bishop d7, castle long if castle short is not possible. I mean, White is better, but nothing terrible is happening just yet. However, Black's move, the next move, for the experienced player is the move you would not make, because you see that there is some tension in the position, and what he did was to make a pawn move. So I think it's a very instructive to see that that's a mistake. And now you can think, just I give you 5 seconds to think how White can make use of this mistake. So what are the potential problems? Of course, I mean, a5 is a wrong move in principle, so if we just develop with knight c3, White has a nice advantage. I mean, White's position has improved because we are developing yet another piece, while Black has lost time with a5. I can also add that such move like a5 makes it harder to castle long if needed. However, it has also some very specific tactical flow, and that's boom, knight takes e5, and yeah, Black's position is collapsing. He is just punished for lack of the development, and it's not a coincidence that some tactics work if you don't follow, those rules that you need to keep the development, keep your king safe, and so on. Because of all those pins, the knight cannot move from c6. If the pawn takes on e5, then the bishop falls on c5. And yeah, what else to do? I mean, after knight e5, it's knight c6 is a big threat. So actually, in the game, d takes e5 was played, queen takes c5, queen d6, which stops White's attack. But White doesn't need to attack anymore because he's pawn up. So after changing the queens, White has the bishop pair, so he's just positionally better, and he's got an extra pawn, so it's just a technical win, and that's all. And yeah, although in most of the games, I mean all of the games, technically, looking at the ratings, people were, there were much lower rated players paired with much stronger players. That's how the Swiss system works, and that's the system we use in such a big tournament. But there are some games where I think grandmasters were having a hard time winning their games, and on the second board I've seen the game between Magdalena Budkiewicz. I think she won national championships, Polish national championships under 18 this year, and she was playing against Anton Demchenko, who finished third yesterday, very strong Russian grandmaster. So I think she got a very promising position out of the opening. So let's see. There was some Sicilian, the classical variation. Let's see some more moves, and Yeah, okay, now so far so normal, but within a few moves I think she started getting the upper hand against such a strong player. Yeah, so yeah, like this, b3, knight c5. So in this position I think Magdalena had a very good position. However, her next move was a positional mistake. We usually talk about tactical mistakes, and they are easier to explain. But this one was, positional mistake. And the thing is that the knight on d5 looks beautiful here. However, there's the problem that usually, if we want to make use of such a beautiful d5 square, we want to have a piece there. So at the moment, the knight looks beautiful, we have a piece there. But black is actually going to take on d5, and then we need to recapture with the pawn, and all of black's pieces are positioned quite okay. But had she played knight c3, just not allowing to take, on d5 and just develop, I mean, it's not a huge, but I think it's just not so easy for black to get any counterplay. It's just not easy for black to do anything, and she can just slowly develop. Of course, the game would be long, and a lot of things could happen. There could be some tactical mistakes and so on, but I think she played really nice till that point, getting very good position. But unfortunately, she played bishop d3, allowing to take on d5, and after c takes d5, changing the structure. So now we no longer can make use of the d5 square, which was a very nice outpost. And yeah, after some exchanges, black has less space. So actually bishop d3 was also counterproductive, because why do we want to exchange this bishop for the knight? And now there are not that many minor pieces. They're very well placed here. If black had knight, there could be less space for him for all those pieces. But now black started takeover. Yeah. She still played very well, still had some chances to hold, but okay, that's no longer that a good position as it was before. Still, very good game, and yeah, playing against also much higher rated player, it's like 1000 rating difference. Of course, I guess she's better player than 1600, because these are the rapid ratings, so she might have not played that many, but still, I think that was very interesting game, and yeah, I think we are going to have an interview very soon. So yeah, I think we can have some commercial break, and we'll get some interview soon.
Proszę Państwa, o godzinie 10:45 uroczyste otwarcie naszego turnieju. 10:45 otwarcie naszego turnieju, ale przed otwarciem będziemy chcieli, żeby Państwo...
Or there will be some opening ceremony I see here, but I guess is Katy ready? Or okay, back to you guys. Yeah, back to you, I guess.
All right, we're back. We're back. Thank you so much, Peter, for the insights of the chess. And right before the opening ceremony, we see they are getting ready. We have a guest over here, and you guys wanted to see him. This is Schneider from Germany, who was a hero yesterday and shocked us pretty much. And today you also played one of the last game. So yeah, let's start from today. Actually, what happened?
Yeah, after the tournament yesterday, I just somehow I was at a point where it's clear that it cannot get even higher, and what happened is just an absolutely logical result. I was completely at the top, and I lacked energy. Probably I stayed up a little bit too long, because I also replayed all the games from yesterday's tournament and so on, and maybe I went to bed at 1:30, and yeah, I had something like this in mind. Okay, the first opponent is going to have 16, 17, 100. It should be also enough in this condition, but okay, obviously it was not. But what to do? At least as in the last game in the yesterday's tournament, I managed somehow to entertain the watchers or the spectators, but okay, I wish nevertheless I would have done it in another way.
And tell us about yesterday. Did you really expected that result might come? You played 2 games, right? And the first game you lost, and how it went second game? How it went? Yeah.
Yeah, the first game I lost, and if you just click the game, it just really looks like a cruel defeat. Just a bishop on h1 and knight on g2, and it looked so badly. But I had a oh no! It's now the music is getting really loud.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask you to take the seats that were assigned to you, because what the weight says is one of the most important chess tournaments. Prosimy o poprawę mikrofonu, prosimy o podniesienie, żeby nas było bardzo dobrze słychać. Prosimy jeszcze raz o zajęcie miejsc. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask you once again to take your seats. Prosimy jeszcze raz o zajęcie miejsc. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Szanowni Państwo, finalna Państwa z Jakobi ze stolicy europejskich szachów od roku 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome you from Katowice, the European capital of chess in the year of 2021. Z Katowickiego, jeden z najważniejszych i największych aren, zarazem naznaczony największymi sukcesami dla polskiej sportu. We would like to welcome you from Spodek, one of the most important sports arenas that was a witness to the most important sports events in Poland. Przed nami wielkie emocje związane z mistrzostwami Europy szybkich i błyskawicznych, rozgrywanych pod honorowym patronatem prezesa Rady Ministrów pana premiera Mateusza Morawieckiego. What awaits us is one of the most anticipated tournaments of this year, the European Blitz and Rapid Chess Championship under the honorary patronage of Prime Minister of Poland, Mateusz Morawiecki. W grze królewskiej, o której miłości szachów rosyjski pisarz Putin powiedział: o jakaż to chwała, dość królem nie z tytułu dziedzictwa tronu i nie z kolekcji, lecz z mocy swego rozumu. As we all know, chess is often called the king's game. Quoting a Russian writer, Putin, true honor is not being called the king because of the title you bear, not because of being an heir to the throne. A true honor is to be called king because of your mind and wits. Szanowni Państwo, witamy naszych gości, wiceprezydent miasta Katowice, pan Waldemar Wojak. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a round of applause our guests, Deputy Mayor of the City of Katowice, Mr. Waldemar Wojak. Wiceprezydent Międzynarodowej Federacji Szachowej, pani Anastazja Sorokin. Vice President of the International Chess Federation, Mrs. Anastazja Sorokin. Szanowni Państwo, witamy przedstawiciela Funduszu Górnośląskiego SA, pana Pawła Białka. Let's welcome the Associate of the Upper Silesian Towns, Mr. Paweł Białek. Powitajmy wiceprezydenta Międzynarodowej Federacji Szachowej, pana Łukasza Tuleja. Let's welcome the Vice President of the European Chess Federation, Mr. Mateusz Górnik. Szanowni Państwo, witamy prezesa Śląskiego Związku Szachowego, pana Andrzeja Matusiaka. Let's welcome the President of the Irish Chess Federation in Spain.
A teraz ja bym bardzo prosił naszych zaproszonych gości i wszystkich Państwa o powitanie szczególne zawodników i zawodniczki uczestniczące w mistrzostwach Europy w szachach szybkich i błyskawicznych.
Let's welcome the two heroes of the event, the players of the European Blitz and Gambit Championship.
Zapraszamy na scenę bez wątpienia, które to potwierdzi sam udziału, jednego z najlepszych, jeśli nie najlepszego piłkarza wśród śpiewaków, ponoć ukryty talent szachowy. Ten opery letomskiej, opery śląskiej w Brudoniu, pan Adam Sobierajski.
Let's welcome a man who is unquestionably the best football player out of opera singers and a chess prodigy that is yet to be discovered. Tenor of the Silesian Opera, Mr. Adam Sobierajski.
Szanowni Państwo, prosimy o powstanie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for the national anthem.
Hymn Polski. Dziękujemy Państwu bardzo. Katowice i katowicki spodek. Stolica świata dziesiątych.
Katowice and Spodek Arena is the capital city of our Poland.
My wszyscy tutaj zebrani, tysiące zawodników i szachów w całej Polsce, mamy nadzieję, że już niebawem to samo będziemy mogli powiedzieć do jesieni do Katowic, od jesieni do tych królewskich szachów.
We are gathered here as fans and players of chess, and we hope that we will have a chance to call Katowice a capital city of chess in the near future.
Po zabraniu głosu prosimy wiceprezydenta miasta Katowice, pana Waldemara Wojaduna, skąd bardzo dobrego szczęścia.
Let's welcome the deputy mayor of Katowice, Mr. Waldemar Wojadun, who is a chess player himself.
Dostojni goście, szanowni państwo i przede wszystkim drodzy zawodnicy.
Ladies and gentlemen, players.
Moje serce rozbiera wielka radość i duma, że katowicki legendarny spodek po raz kolejny staje się areną zmagań w tej królewskiej dyscyplinie sportowej na najwyższym poziomie.
My heart is full of pride that once again Spodek is the capital city of chess and witness to such an important tournament as this one.
Z tego miejsca chciałbym przede wszystkim serdecznie podziękować i pogratulować organizatorom tego wspaniałego wydarzenia, które odbywa się właśnie tutaj w Katowicach.
That is why I would like to thank and to also congratulate the organizers of this event.
Mam jeszcze jeden wielki powód do radości, jeśli spoglądam na tablice, przy których zasiedli zawodnicy i widzę wiele młodych osób, co cieszy mnie szczególnie.
One thing that also makes me happy is that when I look at you, at all of you, I see a lot of young faces, and that makes me really happy.
bowiem umiejętność strategicznego działania, logicznego myślenia to te przymioty, które służą właśnie szachistom, tym, którzy doskonalą tą wspaniałą dyscyplinę sportową.
Because strategic planning is one of the attributes of the chess players.
Patrząc na Wasze skupienie i zaangażowanie w tych 3 tablicach, jestem przekonany, że tak będziecie budować całe swoje życie.
I'm quite sure that looking at you right now, I should assume that you will safely and strategically plan the whole life.
Chciałbym z tego miejsca przekazać jeszcze serdeczne pozdrowienia od prezydenta miasta Katowice, stolicy górnośląskiej metropolii, pana prezydenta Marcina Krupy i życzyć wszystkim zawodnikom wspaniałej walki i samych sukcesów.
I would like to send my kind regards from the president of Katowice, president of the same region, Metropolia, Mr. Marcin Krupa. I wanted to say good luck to you guys, may the best one.
Powodzenia i wszystkiego najlepszego.
Good luck to all of you.
W imieniu
European, including the Blitz and Rapid chess championship, is a huge event for the chess world all over the world.
w imieniu Światowej i Europejskiej Organizacji Prosiłam o zabranie głosu wiceprezydent Międzynarodowej Federacji Szachowej, pani Anastazja.
We would like to ask Mrs. Anastasia Sorokina, the Vice President of the International Chess Federation, to take the floor.
Dear friends, dear organizers, dear people, I'm very happy to be today with you in the beautiful city of Katowice. And on behalf of FIDE, I would like to thank all of you who found you brave to come here and complete the game in European Rapid and Blitz Championship. I would like to...
Drodzy gracze, drodzy organizatorzy, dziękuję Wam bardzo, że mogę być tutaj, że tutaj jesteście na tyle odważni i na tyle silni, że przyjechaliście tutaj, żeby uczestniczyć w takim wydarzeniu.
I would like to thank my colleague, Lukasz Pawlik, who is always put a lot of support to Gold and to Polish chess to develop our beautiful game around the world.
Chciałbym również podziękować mojemu koledze Łukaszowi Turlejowi za wkład, jaki wkłada w rozwój zarówno jeżeli chodzi o organizacje międzynarodowe, jak i o swoją rodzimą Polskę.
And of course, I would like to thank government of Poland and city council and mayor of the city, deputy mayor present today in our opening ceremony for the time that we are spending together in Katowice.
Chciałbym również podziękować władzom miast Katowic, wiceprezydentowi Katowic, który jest obecny tutaj z nami, za cały ten czas, który spędziliśmy razem.
I believe that all wishes that we are doing during Christmas time one day become true for sure. And I wish you health, a lot of success in your life. And for Poland, for Polish chess, I make this wish together with you. One day Katowice will host even bigger event, world event, and very famous event in the beautiful city of Katowice. Thank you so much.
Zbliżając się święta, chciałbym życzyć wszystkim z Was, wszystkim zawodnikom powodzenia. Chciałbym Wam życzyć, żebyście odnieśli jak największe sukcesy na tak ważnej imprezie, jaką są Mistrzostwa Katowice.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Jeden z wywiadów jego wiceprezes powiedział: szachy mamy wpisane w naszą strategię marketingową, dlatego że szachy rozwijają myślenie, a to jest bardzo ważne w biznesie.
The next person once said in one of the interviews, the game of chess is a lot like planning a business strategy. It requires logical thinking, and that is why, that is one of the most important things in business.
Przed Państwem przedstawiciel zarządu Funduszu Górnośląskiego S.A. pan Paweł Biały.
Let's welcome the associate of the Upper Section Fund, Mr. Biały.
Szanowni Państwo, mówię do zarządu Funduszu Górnośląskiego
and gentlemen, I would like to say that I'm really happy that we can be of such an important event as this one.
Klub Żużlowy Śląski z pracy ze Śląskim Związkiem Szachowym od lat wspiera szachy i stara się, aby ta dyscyplina sportu była jak najbardziej wybierana wśród młodych zawodników, ludzi, młodzieży. Szachy łączą pokolenia, rozwijają umysł. I to jest to, na czym nam bardzo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank the Silesian Chess Federation for what you're doing for chess. Because as we all know, chess is a game that develops your mind and makes you very good.
Życzę wszystkim zawodnikom sukcesu.
What I'd like to wish all of you is to have fun and a lot of success.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo, o tym, że szachy i Mistrzostwa Europy w szachach błyskawicznych cieszą się ogromnym zainteresowaniem. Szczególnie uczestników nikogo nie musimy przekonywać, patrząc na to, jak dużo ich się zgromadziło w tych trudnych, pandemicznych czasach.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is quite obvious that the European Blitz is a really popular event. We can judge by just looking at you and by how a lot of you there are.
O zabranie głosu prosimy wiceprezydenta Międzynarodowej Federacji Szachowej pana Łukasza Tuleja.
We would like the Vice President of the International Chess Federation, Mr. Łukasz Tulej, to take the floor.
Dostojni goście, szanowni zawodnicy, dobrzy przyjaciele.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear players, dear friends.
To wielki zaszczyt dla nas wszystkich szachistów, że w 50. rocznicę, 50. urodziny Spotka możemy się spotkać na tak ważnej imprezie szachowej.
It is a huge honor for us that we can host this event in the 50th anniversary of sport.
Bardzo serdecznie chciałbym podziękować władzom miasta Katowice za to, że od lat nam trwają, to, że te imprezy będą wychodzić tak dobrze, jak którą dzisiaj widzimy, więc bardzo serdecznie Panie Prezydencie dziękuję.
I'd like to thank the CEO of Katowice and Mr. Vice President Bojano that we can be here together and find such a
I chciałbym bardzo, bardzo serdecznie podziękować, że w tak niełatwych czasach tak silna ekipa też organizatorów i sponsorów na czele z prezesem Andrzejem Matuszewiem przygotowała to wydarzenie, na którym dzisiaj jesteśmy, w którym możemy uczestniczyć.
The times are really tough, the times are trying, but we would like to thank the organizers for organizing this event. We know that it wasn't really easy, but thank you very much that we can be here together with you. It was such an insane event.
I oczywiście wyrazy podziękowania dla Europejskiej i Światowej Federacji Szachowej, która nam zaufała. Szachowy, który niestety był odwołany, natomiast tutaj w Katowicach jesteśmy, gramy i do jutra na pewno grać będziemy.
Also, we have to thank the European Federation and the International Chess Federation for trusting us that we can organize this event, because a lot of events didn't take place because of COVID. And they put their trust in us, and we did it.
Serdecznie Państwu życzę jak najciekawszych gier, wszystkiego dobrego, powodzenia.
Panie Prezydencie, prosimy, żeby Pan kilka nazywał. Panie Prezydencie, może z Wami nie chcą konwencję oficjalnego otwarcia, ale nie mogę nie zapytać jako dziennikarz.
As an ex-journalist, as a former journalist, I have the pleasure to ask.
Mistrzostwa Europy w szachach szybkich i błyskawicznych w katowickim spotku to nie jedna impreza, która odbędzie się w najbliższym czasie, ale będzie się odbywać w najbliższym czasie w naszym kraju. Jakie są plany dotyczące i Polski, i Śląska, i miejsca, w którym jesteśmy?
European Blitz Chess Championship is not the only event that takes place in Poland in the nearby future. What are the plans for both Silesia and for Poland?
Myślę, że warto podkreślić, że Katowice są Polską zgodnictwo szachu szybki i błyskawiczny. I jak część z Państwa wie, równo za tydzień w Warszawie rozpoczną się Mistrzostwa Świata w szachu szybki i błyskawiczny. Natomiast co myślę, że bardzo warte podkreślenia, to właśnie dzięki temu doświadczeniu, dzięki wielkim imprezom, które dotychczas były zorganizowane w dużej części właśnie w Katowicach, Międzynarodowa Federacja Szachowa w Polsce zaufała i najsilniejsza impreza w historii polskich szachów odbędzie się już za tydzień, więc serdecznie zapraszamy do uczestniczenia.
Well, as you probably know, one of the most important events that will take place is an event that takes place next week in Warsaw. But this event wouldn't take place without the trust of the International Chess Federation. And we gain the trust because of tournaments like that. Still, we would like to thank each and every one of you. Without you, it wouldn't be possible.
Szanowni Państwo, w Śląsku to ponad 50 klubów, 8000 zawodniczek i zawodników rolnicza wciąż rośnie. Przed Państwem z powodu gospodarczego wydarzenia prezes Śląskiego Związku Szachowego, pan Andrzej Maciek.
Chess in the Siberian region is more than 50 other clubs that gather more than 8,000 players. That is why we would like to welcome Mr. Andrzej Maciek, the president of the Siberian Chess League.
Panie prezydencie, Państwo goście, chciałbym serdecznie w imieniu Śląskiego Związku Szachowego przywitać Państwa w Katowicach, w mieście, które często gości takich szachów, dzięki tej wspaniałej atmosferze, jaka jest w Katowicach. A przy okazji chciałbym serdecznie bardzo miasta Katowic oraz naszym partnerom, to jest Urząd Marszałkowski, Fundusz Górnośląski oraz firma Łopatek, która już od wielu, wielu lat z szachami jest związana.
I would like to thank everyone of you, and most important, I would like to thank our partners, our sponsors, Precision Fund, City Hall of Katowice, and thank you, to you, it will be possible.
Szanowni Państwo, teraz powiedzieliśmy najbardziej podniosła chwila tego wydarzenia, bowiem każdy uczestniczy w tym wydarzeniu już wygrał.
Ladies and gentlemen, what awaits us now is probably the most important moment of the whole event. Because we can safely say that if you're a part of this event, you're already a winner.
Szanowni Państwo, oficjalne otwarcie Śląskiego Szybkich i Błyskawicznych. Prosiłbym wiceprezydenta miasta Katowice, pana Waldemara Bojanka.
We would like to ask Mr. Waldemar Bojan, the Vice President of City of Katowice, to declare the championship open.
Wielki dochodowy zaszczyt, wygłosić tę tradycyjną formułę mistrzostwa błyskawicznych uważam za otwarte. Powodzenia!
I declare open the European Blitz and Gambit Chess Championship.
Szanowni Państwo, dziękuję oklaskami naszym gościom. Jeszcze raz przypomnę. Armacja Salomina, wiceprezydent Międzynarodowej Federacji Szachowej.
Let's give a round of applause for our guest, Anastasia Salomina, the Vice President of the International Chess Federation.
Waldemar Bojanko, wiceprezydent miasta Katowice.
Mr. Waldemar Bojan, the Vice President of the City of Katowice.
Paweł Wiąż, przedstawiciel zarządu Funduszu Górnośląskiego S.A.
The Associate of the Upper Siberian Fund.
Łukasz Szturej, wiceprezydent Międzynarodowej Federacji Szachowej.
Vice President of the International Chess Federation.
Andrzej Matusiak, prezes Śląskiego Związku Szachowego.
Andrzej Matusiak, President of Siberian.
I na końcu ten, którego poznają wszyscy, tylko którzy chodzą do operety i ten, który znakomicie grafiką, ale z tego co wiemy, na pewno będzie grał w szachy i niebawem już na bardzo wysokim poziomie.
Last but not least, we would like to ask for a round of applause for one of the better players, football players out of your singers that will probably have chess in the near future.
Adam Sowiarski.
Mr. Adam Sowiarski.
Jeszcze raz dziękujemy bardzo gościom.
Once again, big round of applause. Thank you very much.
A w naszym imieniu, uważaj na oczach, a w naszym imieniu życzę Państwu udanej gier, wielu sportowych emocji i tego, by każdy odstrzał ochotnicy czuł się zwycięzcą. Bo jeżeli walczymy, zwyciężamy.
Good luck to all of you, and please remember whatever. It doesn't matter whether you win or you lose. If you're playing, you are a winner. Thank you very much. And
Dziękuję bardzo, do widzenia.
Over half of the world's population lives in cities. While each city is unique, they face similar challenges, including pollution, the climate crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic. The exchange of ideas to address urban challenges, such as improved housing, basic services, and green spaces, is critical. The World Urban Forum, known as WUF, is the largest global gathering on sustainable urbanization. The forum is convened by UN Habitat every 2 years. In 2022, WUF 11 will be the city of Katowice in Poland with the theme Transforming Our Cities for a Better Urban Future. WUF 11 in 2022 will explore solutions to make cities safer, greener, and a better place to live. This is a transformation that Katowice itself has experienced. WUF 11 is organised by UN Habitat, Poland's Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, and the city of Katowice. We are building the cities of the future today. Join us in 2022 and be at the heart of this change.
Welcome back at the European Rapid Chess Championship 2021, Katowice, Poland. I'm Katie, this is Piotr. Fiona and True will join very soon. But before that, we're going to review the first round match, if we had any upset, and also check out what's happening in the round 2, Peter.
I didn't see any upsets in the first round, at least on the top boards, because maybe later there were some, but already in the second round, although still, like if we talk about ratings, that's how the Swiss system works, there are still big differences in ratings, in pairs. So like in the first board, there are like more than 700 rating points difference. However, some of the players are lower rated, but like in a classical chess, they are much stronger. So for example, I can see on board number 8, Grandmaster Daniel Friedman is facing Michał Redzisz, and he's 1973 in Rapid, but I know he's above 2300 in classical chess and still improving, so maybe his strength might be even higher. So that might not be so easy.
Yeah, Peter, that's how I destroyed my Rapid and Blitz rating here in Poland. Because they actually play stronger, and their Rapid rating and Blitz rating are low. We were talking about this earlier, but their classical games and the actual level is pretty high. So it's sometimes you don't know players, you think you are playing against low rated, but in fact they are higher rating than you.
Yeah, but at least here we can see that he's a FIDE master, so by the title one can know that he should have passed 2300 at least at one point. And given the fact that he's young, it shows to go that he might be still improving. And on board 9, Michalina Rudzińska, women FIDE master, and I think she's like 2250. And yeah, she is facing Grandmaster Paulus Pultinevicius, also very interesting game. Might be coming, and Maciej Klekowski, he's of course the favorite, but he's playing Maria Malicka, one of the best female players in Poland, I mean young players coming up. I think she just won national championships under 20 just a week ago, or maybe just a few days ago, and she's above 2300. So these are, I think, the most interesting pairs I see.
Yeah, so we're definitely gonna keep the eye on Maciej Klikowski, who got second place yesterday in huge battle against Jan Krzysztof Duda, and he was just a half point behind him. Who's facing young Polish talent. Now it's time to invite Fiona and Srinath to the stream, and all the floor is yours, guys.
Katy and Piotr. It was nice to see the opening ceremony. I always enjoy this orchestra, and also very interesting to hear from Ilya Schneider just before we got to that about, I don't know if you heard, Sunat, but for everyone who might have missed it, Ilya was saying maybe he stayed up too late last night. He said he went through all his games from the Blitz tournament, and he said something which I thought made a lot of sense. Like when you beat Duda, you are so high that he said it was almost like a natural result. That then after that, the crash, and he was also saying, kudos to his opponent. So very interesting to hear from Ilya. Of course, you can always rewatch the stream later. Because he explained it better than I did. Srinath, round 2 of... Sure.
Interesting personality. He has very interesting
Yes.
stories. So, yeah, we're gonna see him here in the second part, maybe today.
Fantastic. Thank you, Katy. I look forward to having him back because I thought it was a very, very interesting interview, and then the opening ceremony started. So I look forward definitely to having Ilya back. For now, we're going to dive back into the chess, and Srinath, in the second round, actually, I would be very interested to keep an eye on some women players. We have a lot of them on the first boards challenging their much higher rated opponents. One of them is a fellow streamer, Fushina Shantevaga from Hungary. She was also with Katy in the studio yesterday, so maybe we can start there, or if you have any suggestions, Srinath, we can also start there.
Sure, Fiona. The game between, I'm already a bit stuck with the pronunciation of both the players. But yeah, I'll just go with this game. I started with the King's Indian Fianchetto variation, which I have always felt it's a bit better for white. I've always found it very pleasant for white. What do you play yourself as the black pieces against G4?
Sorry, I lost the sound. I think I'll hear you again in a second. 1 second. Tree, are you there?
Yeah, I lost all
perfect
audio.
now. I know. Now I think it's perfect. Now I hear you. You were just asking what I play with the black pieces, or what were you saying? Sorry.
Yes, that was my last question.
It's a great question. I've always struggled against d4. I actually, all my life, I've been playing over 20 years, never found an opening that I really like. So to mix it up, I Queen's Gambit or d6 on the first move and try to get something offbeat from the start. But I never played the King's Indian, which maybe would suit my style.
Yeah, I was exactly thinking that, with King's Indian, with white, you like the move f4, and with King's Indian, you're guaranteed to get the move f5 in most of your games. But one of the most unpleasant openings against the King's Indian itself is the Fianchetto variation, and it's interesting to see that white played it in a slightly different way. Yes, after the King's Indian, after G3, the Fianchetto system, black has 3 ways of fixing his pawn structure in the center. One would be to go D5, the Grunfeld style, and this goes into big mainlands after c into d5, knight into d5, and the usual pressure on d4 in a typical Grunfeld way. Apart from this, d6 would be a more King's Indian pawn structure, which black can also play after castling short. This is the most common way to play here. And the third way is to play c6 and support the d5 pawn. This is also more in the style of Grunfeld, but it's a more symmetrical Grunfeld, and it's one of the most solid ways to play. But here, white played e4 instead of playing bishop g2, which would go into these kind of positions, which is very solid for black. And in general, against these setups with g3 and bishop g2, it's quite effective for black to have his pawns on c6 and d5, so that it blunts this bishop on g2. And this is why the fianchetto system is usually not so effective against the Slav defense, and why against the fianchetto King's Indian, c6 d5 is one of the most solid setups. But white seems to have sidestepped this by playing e4 here. This was a nice little move on a nuance, forcing black to go for these d6 variations. Yes, black can still play d5, but it's no longer into these symmetrical Grunfeld safe positions. So black went for d6, and white managed to get a typical slight advantage position in the King's Indian, and also put his opponent out of her comfort zone. So short castle, e5, and now h3, a very useful prophylactic move in all of these King's Indian fianchetto positions. A6 it's a pretty typical move. It's a standard move in these structures with the idea of b5. But on the other hand, it does create weaknesses. White immediately pounced on it with d into e5, d into e5, c5, rook d8, and after queen c2, black went b5, which allowed white to take c into b6. And in the live position that we have right now, black has these big weaknesses on c6 and a6. These pawns are very weak. The queen side pieces are undeveloped, and significantly, black has lost this pawn on e5. So it's a pawn down for black, and also strategically, black has a lot of deficiencies to cover up.
Yeah, and this is the kind of position when a grandmaster with the white pieces gets this sort of, first of all, material advantage, but also positional advantages with all these weaknesses on the dark squares, the two isolated pawns. They are very unlikely to let go of that advantage. So maybe we will move on from here. Unfortunately, the opening didn't go too well for Frashina. There's another woman player I'd like to have a look at, and it's a player that Piotr just mentioned, highlighted in the pairings. It's a Maria Malitska. I didn't know her, but she holds the full FIDE Master title, and she's playing against the hero from yesterday, Maciej Klekowski. So maybe we can go there, and that's board 11 for me.
That's board 2 for me, I guess. But yeah, we are there.
I thought we would have the same numbers, but clearly not.
Yeah, clearly not. This is also a kind of similar structure for white. Yeah, he's got the pair of bishops and a pretty strong center, but it came from a completely different opening. Starting with the move 1, c4, and e5. And it's interesting that chess.com calls it the reversed Sicilian opening after we make a few moves. I think this is a very appropriate thing, because this 1, c4, e5 is exactly the reverse Sicilian. And Fiona, it's very funny that we have these stereotypes in chess, where if you play the Sicilian defense as black, it's considered an aggressive choice. But if you play the English opening, then it's a solid choice. And I think it's just funny. It's just stereotypes.
It's funny because all these like sort of reversed openings, I think my chess visualization skills, I think, are quite weak, because every time that people discuss these reversed positions and lines, it always sort of melts my brain, and I struggle to arrange the pieces and to picture it. So do you have any tips on how people can maybe work on their visualization and improve those skills?
To be honest, happens automatically. The more proficient you get with chess, the better your visualization skills are. And I think there's no end to this because uh, I mean, I'm reasonably I have a reasonably good rating, and I'm a grandmaster. And you would think that my visualization skills would be quite well trained, which it is. I did spend a lot in my teenage, but I played old bullet games with Nihal Sarin, my student. And when I do that, he beats me like 15-0, 20-0. And I struggle to win a single game against him. And there is a very profound difference between my ability to visualize and his ability to visualize. I can make moves without making any blunders. I can play a full game. But he finds these brilliant ideas even without looking at the board, even without having the pieces, and in bullet time control with just 1 second per move. So, I think no matter how good you become, there is always room to become better at visualization. And as much as your chess ability grows, the more maps you have of chess in your brain, the more familiar you get, the easier it becomes to visualize. So I think that is a key. The more you know about chess, the more familiar positions you have, the more set of familiar positions you have, it becomes easier to visualize, and you become that good at it, at chess itself in general.
It's, I think, great advice, and also not just also familiarizing yourself with patterns and with the ideas. I think it's really, if you're watching us at home and you're just starting to play chess or you want to improve, I think a great tip is to not just work with computers, because I find it so difficult. Of course, you can look at the engine and the engine will tell you what's the best move, but I think it's so important to understand why is it the best move. So I would always say try and pick up a book if you can and read about the ideas rather than just trying to memorize the moves or something like that.
I think that's great advice, fantastic advice. Uh, Eventually, it comes down to how we input this information into our brain and convert it into useful knowledge, which we can use in our games. Yes, and for me, I think two of the biggest guides or reference points or inspirations was the books by international master Willy Hendricks from Netherlands. He wrote this book called Move First, Think Later. And then several years later, he came up with this wonderful book on the origin of good moves, a bit like
Okay.
Charles Darwin's Origin of Species. And I think he comes up with such profound thoughts and insights. And for me, that was the starting point, because I was this. I clearly remember I was a teenager with 2300 rating, which had gone down from 2400. And back then, I used to feel that whenever I had a bad tournament, I used to start having questions like, am I still a good chess player? Do I still know how to play chess? Do I still have this understanding? Am I becoming weaker by the day? And it was basically that book which made me understand where my chess understanding comes from and why I have this 2300 strength or whatever, the international master strength. And what I learned and understood was that it basically comes down to training ourselves in pattern recognition within the chessboard. The different pattern recognitions, we start by at the very base, we start by learning how to move pieces. We become very proficient at it, and then we become very good at tactics like fork and skewer and all the basic tactics. And the strategic aspects, it's quite similar, I think. Noticing things like how the pawn structure is, the pair of bishops, who has more control over which squares, for example. Here white has more control over the dark squares because black does not have this dark square bishop, more pawns on the dark squares. These things, eventually it comes down to training ourselves in pattern recognition. And the more positions that we see, the more we solve, the more we analyze, we think about and try to involve ourselves, the more it adds to our collection of knowledge within our brain and increases our chess understanding. I think
It's
this
very
works
interesting.
across all levels.
Very interesting, and I have to say I hadn't heard of these books, so I'll definitely look into it. And Srinat, I want to take you away from this game because I see there might be another upset on the cards for a Polish player. Unfortunately, it's against a good friend of mine, Gudmundur Kjartarsson, who's made the trip to Poland all the way from Iceland. And he's playing with, Gudmundur is playing with the black pieces against Marcin Jablonski. It's quite a bit further down for me, at least. I don't know if you can find the
Yes, I'm
game.
just looking for the Icelandic flag and I found it.
And let me see, Jablonski Marcin. Let's try and find out how old he is, because there's so many young players here. So I'm just checking. Oh no, born in 72, so a much more experienced player. I always expect to see, some birth year after 2000, but no, he's facing a very experienced player. But Gudmundur's position looks very, very sketchy, to say the
Risky.
least. Yes.
It
So
looks risky,
bishop
but
b5.
let's just say I go king f8. I mean, it looks risky, it looks bad, but is it practically also bad? Because black also has some threats against white's king, yes?
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so right
I mean, I'm
responds
certainly
with
not.
bishop.
He goes bishop c6. I would just go rook b8.
And ask me
It's
what I
like,
will do. Yeah, that's. Oh, we found them on the camera as well, so that's very nice. It's a big shout out to our mobile cameraman who is always running to the board when we look at the board. So big thanks and fantastic production. And it's so nice, actually. I really, after so long in these pandemic times, having mostly played online, it's so nice to see such a big arena, the Spodek Arena in Katowice, full of people. And what do you make of Gudmundur? I don't know. Do you know Gudmundur?
Yes, I do. I don't know him personally, but I do remember seeing him in the Faroes, in the same tournament where I think we spoke for the first time. Runavik, I
Absolutely,
think.
yes. It was a lovely tournament.
Yes,
And
it was a
yeah,
lovely
Gudmundur,
tournament.
absolutely fantastic tournament. Gudmundur, I know him quite well, but he's hard to read. He's also someone who always looks quite happy. I've never seen him angry or really sad, but still, this is his, I think, a little bit worried face. Like this king on g7. I also like that he has the potential with the pawns on h5, on h4 and g4, but I think for sure the black king is the one who might be in more trouble, although the queens might come off, but then there's another problem with that pawn on e7.
Absolutely, Fiona. I think, even before I completed my sentence, Marcin showed me exactly what black has to worry about here. I was trying to be a bit optimistic about black's chances based on these pawns, but the problem, as you pointed out, is that the queens are white is threatening to get the queens off the board, and then this bishop on c6 is very strong. Again, the bishop on c6 cannot really be a challenge by the black's pieces because he doesn't have a light square bishop, and because of that, there is absolutely no way to touch this e7 pawn because the knight also cannot move. The black rooks are kind of condemned to stop the e7 pawn, and this paralyzes black's position all through one strong bishop, and you have the entire opposition's pieces in chains.
Yeah, agreed with you, and that's why we see Gudmundur taking his head in between his hands. We will come back here, check in, see if we get a big upset, because there could be a big upset on cards here. I was going to suggest we go to Igor Kovalenko, who is actually the third seed here today, and he's playing with the black pieces. He got a tough pairing. He's playing against FIDE master Mikhail Gerasimenyu from Ukraine who, let me quickly see, but he's a FIDE master, so probably also slightly inaccurate rapid rating. And this caught my eye because I always get very excited when the bishop and the queen can combine and create some mating threads on the light squares. What do you think about the positions, Renat?
I think your initial evaluation is spot on, Fiona. The well, first white has these excellent pawns on d4 and e5, which doesn't make it easy for black to mobilize his pieces. He has the pair of bishops, but this bishop on g7 blunted by the e5 pawn, and there are threats on this diagonal, but in general, black has this covered because you cannot put the queen on e4. The bishop on b7 is protecting it. So white has to try and play something like bishop b1 and queen d3. But when white does this, black has this response with f5. And after an en passant with a into f6, black can take knight into f6, and he will have the head turn square covered. So at the moment, it feels like dangerous, but black has his position covered for the immediate future. And for black, I think he probably needs to try and get something like c5, c4 going. It's space for black lacks. He has the pieces, but the pieces are not having access to square. From that way, they control a lot of area of the chessboard. So black should try and get some kind of break going. A pawn break, it creates lines for the pieces. It frees pieces up. Apart from exchanging pieces, pawn breaks is one of the ways to try and get some breathing space for your pieces when you have low space and when your pieces feel a bit suffocated. So something like c5 or f5 should be the strategic ideas that black should be trying to get, but it's not easy to do this concretely. White has just played rook e1, indirectly pressurizing the e6 pawn, kind of preparing against a future f5.
Yeah, all very well summed up, I think. And I was checking who Gerasimenuk is. Turns out his FIDE rating is only around 2130. So although he's a FIDE master, he's not, I thought he could be 2300 plus, 2400 plus. But it also shows us a lot of these players, they are here in Katowice to fight, and they are not just wanting to play the top-rated guys for the fun of it. No, they are here to try and beat them, and we see Kovalenko deep in thought and getting challenged. There is no rest in this tournament for the wicked. I thought maybe there will be, 2-3 quiet rounds, but I was absolutely wrong. I think in this second round already, we see some big challenges awaiting the higher rated players.
To be honest, Fiona, I think there has been a massive increase in terms of the general strength of players in recent times. And I wouldn't underestimate someone rated 2100 at all. I would take them very seriously. I do remember, there used to be a time in chess once upon a time when you would get it would be taken for granted that you would win the first 3 games in a Swiss tournament, and your opposition would be so much. There would be so much difference in the level between you and your opposition. But I think it's not the case anymore in any of the tournaments, regardless of their rating. Everyone can play very decent chess. The access. I mean, I think people are in general very intelligent, and what has changed is that there has been a more universal access towards quality chess education. There is just so many ways to learn chess better now. So I think it's quite understandable that the overall strength has increased, and it has increased exponentially, even from 2016 to 2021. Even in the last 5 years, there's been, I think, a big general rise, and maybe even during the last 2 years during the pandemic.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more. So many resources out there now, so much material is available, a lot of it for free. You can choose whichever way absolutely you want to learn. If you want to make progress, there is so much out there that you can do. Swinat, let's go maybe to the first board. We haven't seen our top seed yet. Former European champion, and that's in classical, Alexander Motilev, and he is facing another Polish player, Krasen Rezek. I hope I more or less pronounced it correctly. And untitled player, let me see. I'll try and find him, but a very interesting position with Motilev's king quite out in the open.
Yes,
Oh,
Fiona,
actually,
we'll be
let's.
there.
Yeah, sure. Meanwhile, I will have a quick look at who is this player here playing with the white pieces. I'm always curious, of course, old are they? Soon we'll also have the cameras, I'm sure, on the player. So this is a player born in 2005, so still a teenager, 16 years old, but putting up quite a challenge to Alexander Mortilev.
Yes, but I can't help but notice the time difference. First up, why? How did it become so huge?
I guess White was drinking a lot.
Yes, White was. I think White was very focused on trying to find good moves, but in rapid, it's also very important to play fast, even if you have a good position. And although the queen on h6, the knight on g5, it looks dangerous, it looks menacing, but these are just two pieces, and Black has two of his own pieces in the defense to counteract White's attacking. So I think this shouldn't be so dangerous from an objective point of view, the attack itself. And pretty soon, Black will go Queen G7, drive this queen away. And in the end, if Black manages to ward off White's attack, then this good knight on D4 against the bad bishop on E2, this will really stand out. So strategically, Black is better, and White really has to make his attack work, but I don't think the attack is going to work.
Especially with so little time, there is just now, of course, the player have a 10-second increment, which is a lot more compared to yesterday's 2-second increment, but still against an opponent of this caliber with this position, it goes so fast. And now with the queens off the board, there's no more attack. Of course, White will try to fight, but Black is very firmly in the driver's seat now. And just I wanted to pick up one comment from the chat. We just came from Igor Kovalenko's game earlier, and Zoram is informing us that a fun fact is that Kovalenko has the highest fighting chess rank of all the players in the top 100, followed by Gawain Jones. And I think this fighting chess rank is something that David Smurden came up with research. Very interesting. If anyone is interested to know who are the most fighting chess players, the least fighting chess player, the most peaceful one, check it out. Very interesting stuff.
That sounds fun. And I think I'm not surprised with Igor Kovalenko being the highest ranked, because he does have that kind of an opening repertoire, very uncompromising and fighting repertoire, and he also plays in these kind of open events where you need to win games in order to finish high. So
absolutely,
I think it
Srinat
fits.
I have another suggestion. Let's go to another Polish player, Mateusz Lis, playing against Witold Bernardzki, because we could have also an upset, even if it's just a draw upset, but I spot opposite colored bishops. So let's see. And some initiative probably for White. Do you think this is, well, I was going to say, is it enough for the pawn? But there goes the pawn. So now the material is even.
Yes, it looks completely equal, and if White puts his bishop on d5, keeping an eye on f7, it's actually White who can try and press for an advantage here, because he has this he has this queenside majority, and although it's equal material, both the sides have an even number of pawns. The big difference when you have more pawns on one side, especially the queen side, is that it's so much easier to create a passed pawn on the queen side. All White needs to do is trade this pawn, and he gets a passed pawn. Whereas Black cannot do the same thing. It's so much harder to create a passed pawn on the other side. So although it's objectively equal, practically white can play bishop d5, white can put the king on g2, and then try and create a passed pawn here.
Yeah, and it's a fantastic game so far by Mateusz Lisch. I just looked him up. It is another teenager born in 2002. Only, I always say only in brackets because the rating difference is so big, but rated 2060, 2068 in classical chess. So we could potentially have a big upset on the, well, not a big upset, but I still think that a draw is already, let's call it an upset, not a big upset, but an upset on the cards here.
No, I certainly agree with you. In the first two rounds, a draw against someone so much higher rated, it certainly counts as an upset. But yes, Fiona, as you mentioned about the rating, the the advances gained by the players during the pandemic, during the non-playing time, it's also not accounted for yet because they haven't played in a lot of tournaments. And the juniors, they have kept improving during these 2 years, but they haven't had chances to show it in tournaments. So that's also another factor why it might take a few years for the ratings to stabilize and reflect accurately.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone who's like over 30 years of age, roughly, who's going out there to Katowice to take on all these youngsters, they're all very brave and they deserve some kudos because on a serious note, I think you're absolutely right. So many players have worked hard but have just not had the chance to show the fruits of their labor. So I agree with you. I think it might take some time, especially since we are far from being back to having a normal circuit and normal amount of tournament. So we will see how the next few years will develop. Do you want to stay here for a while or do you want to jump around a little bit more?
We could jump around, but I just want to I just want to see if white takes a draw with queen c6 here or tries to press on. Queen c6, I think it would be very hard for black to refuse a draw. If he tries to continue the game with something like queen c7 after queen c6, sorry, queen e7 after queen e6, then white will be able to play b4 because the c7 bishop would be hanging and black cannot take back queen into b4. So that would be a risky decision, and he goes for h4. So he understands that he is the one having a slight better position.
Very commendable. We will come back here and see how he's getting on. I wanted to check in. I think another fan favorite might be held to a draw. It's a Marcin Tasbier who was in the studio yesterday with Kat. He has a lot of fans, and he is playing against a fellow Pole, Radoslav Malczyk.
Okay, let me try to find this game.
It
It's
has
interesting
like
though.
two
Yesterday,
Mhm.
yes, Fiona, go on.
No, sorry, go ahead. Yesterday?
No, yesterday I think the tournament was dominated by the Polish players, but today the first two seeds are Russians. So it feels like a more of a European rapid championship today.
Yeah, I
Where
mean, in
yesterday it felt
fact,
like Polish players versus the rest of the world or rest of the
I
Europe,
know.
or more like Duda versus the challengers.
I know, yes, exactly. Funnily enough, I hadn't noticed, but Maciej Klekowski is actually the top Polish seed, and he's the 12th seed. So there are no Polish players in the top 10, and we'll see. Can they outdo their ratings and come and challenge for the medals? We will find out tomorrow. Let's remind everyone, today is only the first part of this European Rapid Tournament. We will play the players will play, not we, thankfully. They will play 6 rounds today and 5 rounds tomorrow. So at the end of the day tomorrow, we will know who the new European Rapid Champion is.
Yes, it's going to be a very interesting event. we have no big favorites this time, I think. Although Motilev is the highest rated player, he has a rating about 2700. But I think in terms of the class, a lot of players about 2650 out there who are very close, and a lot of possible contenders to win this event. Talking about this position though, it looks like it's just one pawn for black against two pawns for white, but black's pieces are better placed. There is this bishop in the center, and this rook, very importantly, is attacking a pawn quite close to white's king. So I think black has very promising winning chances here, and very good chances to create a mating net against the white's king.
Yeah, actually, sorry, I got carried away with the Sunet while you were talking because I saw in the chat, I don't know if you know the Polish streamer Extentation. I hope I pronounced it correctly. It's actually, he's one of the guys. I heard so much about him. He's huge, but I never actually saw his streams or know much about him. I saw him yesterday in the studio with Ketty, but he is currently, and we can go there next, although the game is going to be over soon. Maybe we can, I'm sure actually Piotr will show us during the break because there is a checkmate on the board. So a big upset there of Accentation, the streamer, beating FIDE master Marcin Molenda. But sorry, Sunet, let's come back. Let's stay with Marcin.
Sure, Fiona. I was also very curious about the game you mentioned, but I'll wait for Peter to show this to me during the break between the games. But yeah, meanwhile, Marcin seems to he seems to I can see him sitting very straight, and in recent times, I've started trying to look more into the body language of players, and it seems like he senses his chances. He seems to sense his opportunity here to checkmate white in this position. And after bishop d1, the evaluation bar also goes up. The probable reason is yes, rook f1, and now rook h1 check, and bishop f2 is an unstoppable threat. The bishop f2 tactic, it's impossible for white to stop.
And that will be that, I guess. Yeah, there's no, well, we will wait and see because white is under a minute, but
yes,
yeah,
Fiona, this
like...
reminds me of a chapter from one of the books of Mark Dvoretsky. It's called Attack with a Small Army. And it's a chapter about, how in the endgames, when you have so few pieces, it can become very dangerous for the opposition king because the king is also exposed, and the king also has relatively less pieces to defend with, less resources. So when you attack with a small army and the opponent also has a small army, it can be devastating. I think this position is a very good example. And again, placing your pieces in the center in good squares, it makes a lot of difference to the quality of the position that you have.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I was, again, sorry, I always have a little look around. Actually, the game that I want to go, well, we see the handshake here, so Marcin there with a nice little combination in the end. I would like to go back to Fushina, the first game we looked at. Those of you who want to follow her on Twitch, she has actually fought her way back against Balog Imre from this pawn down position, which I had written off a long time ago.
That's, I think that's incredible. That must have been some fantastic resilience from her. The position was completely lost for black. She was a pawn down. She had a strategically worse position. And I'm surprised that we are out here in this equilibrium game. Although I think practically white still has a bit of better chances, again, due to the queenside majority, an extra pawn on this side, the propensity to create a passed pawn. Black has this dangerous mating net, but on the other hand, it looks like white has his defense up and ready.
Yeah, I'm very curious. Let's stick with this game for a little bit because Fushina is also very low on the clock. She's under a minute. And white Balog just played f4, cementing that rook on e5. And now he's going to try and start using these pawns, this pawn majority you were just talking about on the queen side.
Yes, he's going to start using the spawn majority, and for black, I think black still has very real chances because she can play something like h4 over the next move and try and create a passer of her own on the king side, and something like h4, if it is met with bishop into e6, then after bishop into e6, g into h4, all these white pawns are still weaknesses, so after rook c4, black would still get counterplay. So in terms of position, I think it's a she did play h4. So in terms of position, I think
She
she
did
has
play bad.
a very decent position. Bishop b7 on the board,
Yeah,
and now I expect
it would. Sorry, go ahead.
I was
You
expecting rook
expect
c4,
rook?
but then after bishop into a6, black cannot take rook into b4 because of knight d5 check.
Ah, those
And
tricky knights.
yes, this is the problem, and she has exactly fallen into this. She did not take rook into b4, but she came until this rook c4 point, and then after bishop into a6, she played rook d4, g into h4, knight into f4. But you see the evaluation bar rising there. It's because of that pawn that white managed to win with that little trick, and because of that pawn falling off, white has this very, very dangerous connected pawns, and they are going to advance really quickly. So it looks bad for black now.
It looks bad. There could still be some tricks we saw yesterday. Even Duda falling for a knight fork in the end. Well, not a simple knight fork, but a petite combinaison, as the French say. Like it was like a little two-move tactic. So in these fast controls, knights always tricky, especially when they are as close to the king as they are here. But yeah, if Balog just needs to basically not fall for any tricks, and the position should be winning. The bishop on b7 is also doing a great job defending the king across that long diagonal.
Absolutely. You have to empower your pieces. You have to put them in good places. And bishop b7 is just one such move. Yeah. Again, a typical example. The bishop was out of the game here on a6. So the immediate instinct for a grandmaster is to try and bring that bishop into the game and try and put it ideally in a center square, or at least a square where it controls the board. It controls important squares. And again, for black, the problem is she cannot move her knight right now because of knight d5 tactic. And king g7, now a5 with the idea of a6. In this position, I think white can even take rook into h3, and that's what he did. And this pawn is unstoppable.
Yeah, so maybe we can switch away now, because there's two of the games that we looked at earlier that are still interesting. Mateusz Liz, I'm curious, can he even win? Probably it's not enough, but he has an extra piece against Bernardsky. So maybe we can back in there and get your thoughts on, is it still possible to convert this extra piece with just one pawn left on the board for Mateusz Liz? Oh, and
Coming
actually,
right
sorry, Srina, they have just agreed a draw. So that answered my question.
Okay.
But maybe we can
And
check in with Igor Kovalenko.
Sure, Fiona. Also, what I noticed is one of the games which we looked at earlier, where Goodmundo was in a lot of trouble, but he managed to win his game in the end. So my
Oh,
optimism
wow,
for him was
incredible.
not completely unfounded.
No, so a nice turnaround, but it feels like in general we've had a few upsets, so it's so hard for us to keep an eye on everything. So Piotr, I'm sure will let us know during the break what we missed. But congratulations to Mateusz already with a draw against Vitaly Bernardsky, who was one of the favorites today. He was the fifth seed, a massive result for him. And now let's look at Igor Kovalenko, who is down a queen, and saw there the game ending with Fushina going down to Balog, but not. She put up really a great fight. If you're watching us, make sure to give her a follow on Twitch and show some support for Fushina.
Absolutely. To come back from that position and to go into an equal endgame, I think she could have probably done better if she had more time in that endgame. But unfortunately, she had less than a minute. And as far as the Kovalenko game is concerned, I think black is in absolutely no danger. White is also not in any danger. The position is pretty equal, but on the other hand, there can sometimes things can go wrong for white in these types of positions if he's not careful. If a pawn falls, but black on the other hand is completely safe. Black is in a invulnerable situation. These kind of positions are hard to win with just the queen and the rook, but against a rook and bishop combined, there is very little that the queen can do here.
Do you think this game will just end in a draw, which would still be a great result, of course, for Gerasimenjuk, or do you think that Kovalenko has some chances to create something?
I think it should end in a draw. But yes, Kovalenko does have chances. So if I had to put it in numbers, I would 85% it's a draw, and Kovalenko has maybe 15% chances to win this. I think the chances to win this is very low, but it exists.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Now, as
I'm
white,
just scrolling
I'd be
down a
tempted to
bit.
play g4.
Sorry, to go.
As white, I would have been tempted to play g4 over the previous move. Try and trade one more pawns and open up the black king a bit to expose the king a bit more for a future perpetual opportunity. But white prefers to keep things steady for the moment. He goes queen e2, king f7, and king to g2. Now after rook b4, rook b2 is a very dangerous threat. So white has to watch out for these kind of tricks. I really thought it was better to go g4, but I think this also doesn't really spoil anything for white. He goes queen d3, just saves that threat, and yeah, everything under control so far for white. He can even go back king h3 now.
That's exactly what he does. King h3 is on the board, and Kovalenko will not agree a draw so easily. He will try to create something, but it looks like white has found a defensive setup that he is happy with. I think white, by not playing g4, indicated he will probably just try and defend passively, and this makes a lot of sense, and Kovalenko will have to show something. If he wants to break through, he will have to find a way to at least maybe create some threats, ask white some questions.
And he does that. He manages to disturb the equilibrium a bit. He takes with the rook because he understands that white's biggest weakness is the g3 pawn. And now he has to find a way to bring his bishop to attack this whilst not allowing white to give a perpetual check against the black's king. So this is the challenge for black, and it's not easy to do this.
Yeah, it's one of those positions, I have to say. Looking at it from white's perspective, I would be already a little bit scared. But on the other hand, the queen is such a powerful piece that logically white should be able to always create enough threats. Also, the king, there might be some checks from behind. The black king is not super protected. And we see that one of the spectators of this game is actually Ilya Schneider, who is just right behind on the left to Igor Kovalenko, checking out the end of the game here. And on the board we have queen c6 check, and now the bishop is blocked. To me, to the naked eye at least, it looks like black is making a little bit of progress here, maybe.
Yes, it does look like black is making a little bit of progress. Although Stockfish is a hard judge to convince in these kind of situations. But yeah, I mean, it can be very unpleasant to defend these kind of positions as white in general. Your opponent keeps on trying, and you have to constantly stay vigilant. But there's also another place where I find that due to the practice in online blitz in general, due to people playing a lot of games, people have become very better at defending with less time. Again, in 10 years ago, I think people were a lot worse when they had to play positions with few minutes or a few seconds. But overall, there has been a very high general increase in their strength in the last few years. The practice has had its effect.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've talked about a few different elements today about how chess has changed. Like, it really feels like, of course, it's still the same game, but it's just a lot tougher to play. And you feel it, as you mentioned earlier, across all levels. I think as much on the professional level, even all the way through. I mean, even in my experience, I compare when I was, you know, 10 years ago against someone, let's say around 1600, as you mentioned earlier, it felt like, okay, this should be fairly straightforward. And these days, there's just never an easy game at all. So chess is becoming a lot tougher indeed.
Absolutely. The only easy games I get these days are when I play against my subs, uh, and that doesn't happen a lot. But now we have
Meanwhile,
a perpetual on the board.
oh yeah, actually, that's. And what happens if I go? Actually, White looks like
Uh,
he's very confident. He's like ready
yes,
to finish this game.
the problem is white keeps checking on b6 and b3, and if the king goes out of line, then, there is this queen e6 check, and Kovalenko probably intends bishop f6 against queen e6, which is why he played king g6. But white was probably thinking that there is no way out for black. He had to go between these two squares and the game was over. But no, it's not yet over. Queen g8 check. Now black goes king f6, and the king will try and come out like this. I think we still have the game going on for a few more minutes. It's not going to end so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it makes sense because Igor Kovalenko can hardly lose this game unless he makes a big blunder. And I always think it makes a lot of sense. Even if Black was the lower rated players, why not to try everything you can when there is not much risk of losing the position? So I agree. I don't think unless we find a perpetual now, it will keep going for a while.
Yes, and it's also not going to work with the 50 move rule because when it comes close, black just makes a move with the pawn, and there we go again, the the COVID variants.
Indeed. Yeah, when was the? It hasn't been so long since E5 was played, so no need to start counting the moves just yet. But White is defending very confidently. I like how both players, they look so relaxed, both of them, yesterday in the Blitz, we could see a lot of shaking hands, but these two guys, they look like, when my father taught me to play chess, and he was never a very strong player, but he loved the game, and he would, when I was very young, sometimes a friend would come over and they would sit in the living room and play even without a clock, just play friendly games. It reminds me a little bit. They both look so cozy and comfortable and enjoying their time. It's a nice image to see. Ilya Schneider is still there looking on very interestedly as well.
Well, I would bet that he wouldn't look so calm in a similar situation. I mean, I wouldn't use the word calm, but I think he wouldn't look so inanimated in such a situation, even in
True.
such a situation.
Very true, yeah. Do you think What do you think Black has to do to... What is even the constellation that he can aim for? Can he somehow use that pawn or...
Yes, I think, I mean, that was what I was going for, you know. So one idea is to play something like Rook E7, guard the king with Bishop G7 and try and keep pushing the pawns. Now, Black has managed to take his pawn forward one step at a time. It hasn't been easy. For every pawn move, he has had to suffer like a few checks from the white queen, but he has managed to find hiding places for his king. And he has definitely made some progress. For white, apart from giving checks, another defensive idea is to break with g4 so that he manages to trade one of the pawns and end it as soon as possible. And the other way is to try and keep giving checks. But so far, what I've noticed in White's play is that he's been very focused on trying to find checks. So with Queen c6, he's trying to give a check on c1, which he has earlier given. And that's what he has been very focused on this end. Maybe I'll play right from the beginning. Was on the checks. I will and you know come till E. It's still under control for, but it can start to go very quickly. Queen f3, Rook e7 is what I
Sorry,
expect.
it's really not picking a bit up for me, but I think I can hear you again now, so I was just being quiet. And sorry, I had a question. I had a question about, we were talking about White's strategy being to give checks. What would you advise? Do you think that's the right strategy, or what do you think is the right defensive strategy for White?
No, I would have tried queen around, you know. Yes, but you can also put your queen in such a way that any move makes will come under a series of checks. Rook e7, queen e2. Now no way for Black to make progress with his pawns because the pawns are no longer connected. But even this position, there is still some danger, even if these pawns get traded in the future. Continue on with bishop d4.
Just a quick side note for our viewers, this is already move 102. So maybe the first 100 plus game, at least that we have seen live, or was there yesterday? It felt like there was a couple of long ones, but I don't remember seeing 100.
Yes, yesterday somehow it felt like there were not that many long games. I suppose it's harder to make these unlimited. If White could, he would like to just sit around here. But in chess, you cannot just lose a move. So I think he has to move his king. King g2 is the only move here. There's really not much to think. Play king, move first.
And actually, I don't know if you can still hear me, if Srinath is gone, or if we're both gone. Let me know in the chat, because I can still see myself moving a tiny bit. So in case we've lost Srinath, what we're going to do, we're going to keep looking at the board with the camera. Maybe we can zoom in a tiny bit to get the view of the clock. Both players so far have done a great job managing their time. As we were saying, we've just gotten past the 100 move mark. I think the longest game we have seen in this event so far, at least out of the ones we've watched live. And we can see that we can see that white finally got this g4 break-in that Srinat was talking about. And now the question for Kovalenko is, how is he going to react? I guess that f4 is the move that he would like to play, but the question is, are there any drawbacks to playing f4? Is he going to capture on g4? Surely shouldn't be an option. But I think White has handled the endgame so well, and I think this g4 push is the final precise move that was needed to secure the draw. And,
I'm back. I'm
oh, you
apologize
are
for
back.
the
Sorry.
Yes, but I did not want to
I was
interrupt you because I think you were.
talking.
Yes,
I was
I
on
think
a
you summed
roll.
up the position perfectly. But Fiona, the problem with f4 could be that white has this move queen to d3, and I think I should put it on the board because it's not easy to understand. f4, queen to d3, and this attacks the bishop, and it also threatens queen f5 check. So if you play the pawn to e2, then after queen f5 check, king h6, rook e2, sorry, e2, queen f5 check, king h6, white has queen f8 check, and then he can take this rook with a check and also stop the e-pawn. The variation goes on. Black can continue rook g7 and queen into f4 check, but in the end, white takes all of black's pawns. So this was the problem, and this is the reason why Kovalenko couldn't play f4. Instead, he played rook h7 check, king g2, rook b7, trying to find a way to keep some challenge on the board with very little time for his opponent. He's down to how many seconds?
He's down to around 5 seconds. He needs to make a move. Can we zoom in? Maybe let's go to full board view. I hope he's not going to flag. This would be such a... Okay.
Yeah, now he's in
Okay,
real serious trouble. Rook f2 is coming, next move. Also, there's the threat of e2 next. Rook f2 and e2.
I mean, these guys...
You can see Kovalenko playing instantly. Now f4, oh, there's queen h4 check.
Okay, so it's not over just yet, but it's just so incredible to me to see how these players, these top players, they always, it's never the end. You think, okay, I've defended perfectly for 50 moves. Surely I'm close to making a draw. But they never stop asking more questions, creating more problems. And it's so tough not to crack. Here is queen h4. I don't know. Is there a perpetual, or is the black king going to find a hiding place somewhere?
Perpetual, it's nowhere in sight. And here, black could even play king e3, it's a very tempting option because this pawn on e2 is very dangerous. So the king can go to e3 and then from e3 to d2. And it's not going to be easy for white to stop this e pawn from queening. And having this f5 pawn on the board, it will make it more complicated for white to create a perpetual because it takes away some squares and diagonals from the queen.
And I can tell you, we're just looking at this game now on the big camera, which is perfect, but I have it open on chess.com and the bar just dropped all the way after g takes f5. I don't know what the way was. There was a way apparently still, because up until now it had shown 0, 0, 0, but of course showing 0, 0 and actually holding it over the board are two very, very, very different things. Now it's dropped all the way, but I also don't know how easy it is because we see Kovalenko taking all his time. He's down under 10 seconds now, Swina.
Oh, he goes king f3. This is interesting. But why king f3? Why not king e3? That looked so much more natural to me. But this also works, Fiona,
And also
because
so
how
much
is
more
white going to
winning.
stop the queen?
I can
Oh,
confirm to
is
you,
it?
Swina, king e3 was the winning move. But now it's again on the board, and now he plays it king e3. And actually now the bar has just jumped to mate and 10, so now there is nothing
Yes,
more to be.
is Rook F. Oh yeah, King D3, Queen C1, and Rook F1. I think it should be game over. And then the king
Yeah.
has to find a way to hide from the checks. So the key was not to take the f5 pawn. All you need to do was to move your king. And now I think there should be some way to prevent the checks. King d2 and king d1. King d2, queen g5, king d1.
Yeah, and that's be a heartbreaking loss for White, who played such a nice game. But those guys, what I say, I think Kovalenko, he worked very hard for his win, and in the end, White just couldn't quite get there, couldn't defend perfectly until the end, which is completely understandable. It's not over just yet, but
But king
very
c2
soon,
is
and
a very useful point. Yeah, it prevents all the diagonal checks. And now king d1, and there is no more
yeah.
way to stop the pawn because there's no queen g4 or queen h5 pinning the pawn, and there's no checks anymore. So he goes for it, and now black is winning. Now black is winning, but he still white can still take this bishop. He goes queen d7, takes the bishop, and then try and look for a perpetual check. He has to do that. Oh, he's flagged. He's flagged because of that
Oh,
fumble.
he flagged even.
And the game was so tense that Kovalenko changes the result on the DGT board. The king should be on e5.
True. Oh my God. And actually, Srinat, I'm curious what's going to happen now, because the next round was scheduled to start in just 6 minutes. So there might be a small delay while the pairings get made, but probably not much. We'll quickly go back to Ketty and Piotr in the studio, but I expect to be back here very, very soon with the third round.
What a game we had, and also our guest was observing the game. We saw you in the camera. Once again, this is the second part of our interview, and this is Ilya Schneider from Germany. So, what was that game? What happened there? Let's start from this one.
Yeah, I think it was just a typical process. The professional got a somewhat murky position, and yeah, in the end he eventually grinded it out. It was a little bit to expect. I think during the game I saw some better tries for White. He had just to watch after the e-pawn, and at the one moment he played queen c6. It was a little bit uncautious, and then e3 came immediately, and then at least he very much made his task more difficult. And yeah, I of course cannot evaluate where the official turning point was, and from where it was point of no return, I don't know. But it was to expect. It was to expect. Kovalenko is just an experienced player. I think also he is an experienced endgame grinder, so well, what do you expect? White played a good game. I don't know how much rating he had, maybe 2000 or something. Just okay. He can be proud anyway, but okay, he did not give a real present to himself. What to do?
Eileen, in the first part of our interview, you said that you were up to a very late night because you were analyzing the game, right? So were you analyzing all the games, or because it was 22 games, or just that particular one against Duda?
No, I didn't really analyze. I just clicked, and I also clicked the other important games from the tournament. I just my brain was quite empty, but I somehow was too exhausted, and also to get sleeping. So I just listened to music and just without much sense clicked through the games, and that's what paid off today.
So we had a small chat before the interview, and I asked it was too early for you to play today the tournament, or we're starting.
This is absolutely not a problem at all. It's just I'm familiar to this. Yeah, I have a little daughter. She wakes us regularly at 6 o'clock or before, so it's absolutely no problem for me to play in the morning. It had completely other reasons. It's just, as I said, I was yesterday on a high level of adrenaline and how you call it, and it was clear that I cannot maintain such a high level of energy through many days. So today was the kind of expected. Of course, yeah, I did not really expect to draw already in the first round, but okay, it's like it comes mostly.
Let's come back again once to the yesterday's game, because our viewers saw your emotions after the game, and usually just players are not really showing too much of emotions, but you clearly showed your happiness after the game. So tell us what you were really feeling at that time when you beat JKD.
Yeah, on the one hand, it was just this great results of all. I don't play chess too much anymore. I have a job. I have a little daughter. And just such a result really was not to be expected. And when it came, I was really, really happy. Yeah, and the other one aspect, which is probably even more important, I scored the important, the decisive game with my pet opening, the Colorado defense, which I used to play over years and years over the past when I was young. It's Colorado defense. Yeah, it's said to be invented in the U.S. state of Colorado. So for the viewers who probably don't know what it is e4, knight c6, and after knight f3, a little bit quirky looking move f5. F5, yes. Yeah, and okay, it has a couple of ideas. It's quite romantic chess from 19th century. Yeah, in nowadays it's normally not possible to play such a way, but it has one big importance or important advantage. Either it gets punished really fast, or you get a kind of a chance. And yesterday was the second case.
And last question: how it's going today? Are you happy with all after this round?
Yeah, well, you saw the first game. I didn't manage to win against the 1600 player. I cannot really be too happy. In the next game, I got the next 1600 player who blundered the queen on move 8, I believe. So, well, so far I'm not concerned about the result because there are still many games to play and it's possible to score many points. What I'm really disappointed of that in the next 2, 3, 4 games I will just not get real games. There will be opponents where there is not only one level difference but 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Don't want to come over too arrogant, but it's like it is with such a big spread tile name of participants field. So, yeah, I expect the next really interesting games to come maybe today in the afternoon or even tomorrow, and that's not that I came for. I came for playing interesting games, as you probably saw yesterday, and this aim I will not completely be managing to achieve today. That's why I'm a little bit disappointed, but okay, I now get a chance to come into the tournament. Probably as the next opponents will also going to blunder a queen or something in the opening phase, and then if I manage to finish the day with 5 or better 5.5 out of 6, that okay, we have a second day ahead, and probably I will also get the opportunity to show what I can against proper opponentship.
All right.
Yeah, well.
Well, I bet our spectators also want to see you on the platform because we love your emotions. And I think now the game is about to start. As players are getting ready, we wish you good luck and hope to see you at the leaders board because we really want you to be on camera.
I'm not sure if it's even physically possible at this moment that I ever enter board 1 or 2 on this tournament. But I'm going to do my best to try, and thank you very much for the invitation. It was a pleasure. And okay, I'm going now to see which 1600 player awaits me this time.
Best luck. Best of the luck. Now we're going very fast to Peter because he has something to show you, and then we're starting the game very much. Bye bye.
About to start, so I'm not going to give any chess analysis because the live games will be going on. So I will just show you the pairings for this round. So we did not have that many upsets in the previous rounds, although not all the clashes were that clear. We saw one game finishing, It was very long game, a very tough game between Mikhail Gerasimeniuk against Igor Kovalenko. Let's see here, the third round. So what are the interesting pairings? I think on the fifth board, Ignat Bogdanov, he's not titled, I mean, he doesn't have international title, but I know he's very good in a Blitz, online Blitz. He's playing in my tournaments I organize on chess.com, and he's really beating some titled players. So I think against Grandmaster Andersen Mats it might be interesting encounter. On the sixth board, Tomasz Lauruszas playing against Patryk Chylewski. He's 2100 rated here, but I know that in classical chess he crossed 2400, or was exactly 2400 some time ago. So yeah, that might not be also one-sided encounter. Bartłomiej Niedbała also crossed 2400, is just 2131 here, playing against Grandmaster Daniel Friedman. So yeah, I think these are the most interesting encounters as far as I can tell. Of course, already the rating differences on all of the boards is not as huge as it was in like round one, where we could see even 1000 elo points difference. But okay, for now, back to you guys analyzing the games live.
Jeszcze raz proszę wszystkich o zadanie miejsc.
Thank you so much, Piotr. Sunat, I don't know, did you hear that the interview with Ilya?
I did. I made it a point not to miss any interviews of Ilya anymore.
I have to say, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised by just how dejected he was, and also a little bit surprised that, I mean, I don't think the pairings are going to be quite as easy for as long as he expects. I think maybe one more, but I think even with a win, it's not like he lost a couple of games. If you start with 0 out of 2, okay, it might be an uphill battle, but I mean, he's on 1.5. With another win, he'll be on 2.5, and I think he will already be playing at a very decent opponent. And then it was very funny when he said, okay, let's hope I can at least finish the day on 5, or even better, 5.5. Okay, if you finish
Yes,
on
but
5.5, you will.
I do understand. I do understand where he's coming from, because I mean, the total number of players in this tournament is something like 567. That's a massive number of participants, and in opens with a large number of players, when you drop a point early on, there are two things. One, every point becomes so important because you have to have a really high score to finish at the top in events with a lot of players. And secondly, it has a lasting impact on your tiebreak score, because you end up playing a lot of people who are likely to have lesser points than the player with the perfect score. So I can totally feel why he feels a bit dejected with an early draw, and I would probably feel the same way as well.
Yeah, but I still think that from what he was saying, like I agree with what you're saying, and you're completely right. But to me, it feels that he's more concerned about wanting to play strong opponents rather than just than thinking of medals. I'm not saying they're out of reach, but he's talking about he wants to show what he can do, like he did yesterday against Duda. Very interesting. I'd never heard of the Colorado opening. I have to admit, so that's something to look into, especially for me with my favorite moves f4 and f5. But I think also he did just drop half a point. So I think if he can win the next game or two, we will absolutely see him again on the very first boards. And I look forward to that. Now, where shall we start? In this round, let me see if there's anything that catches your fancy in the opening stages here. If not, we can maybe we can just go to the top seed, Alexander Mortilev, and start there. He's playing against candidate master Thomas Bauer from Austria.
One game that kind of could be an interesting pairing for this round. What do you think?
Sorry, you cut out. Which one were you talking about?
Ekaterina against Klekowski.
Oh, yes, for sure. Let's start there then, actually.
Yes, we
Because
have it on the board, and yeah, sorry, Fiona.
Sorry, no, I was just saying that Ekaterini Pavlidou from Greece, she was one of the interviewees of Katy yesterday, and actually she managed to take half a point off Igor Kovalenko in the very first round. She's a very experienced player, women international master. So let's see what she can do here with the white pieces against Klekowski.
I also think the position we have on the board right now is also very interesting. We have this Nimzo Indian, the E3 setup by White, where White develops the bishop to D2 instead of D3. The old traditional mainlands used to be with the bishop to D3, but here the point of having the bishop on D2 is that White typically goes for these setups where she gets the knight to E5 and the pawn to F4. So white goes bishop d3, and then after d5, there are quite a bit of modern nuances, and this variation has been so heavily discussed at the top level. White can start with rook c1, white can start with c into d5, and it's also possible to do this at this point to start with rook c1 first before bishop d3. Black could have done the same. Black could have started with d5, and there is a lot of small differences between these orders, which is a very trendy topic of discussion at the highest level games. But we go into this pretty normal question: cd ed. White puts the rook onto c1. So if black plays bishop d6, then there is knight b5. And this is white's typical setup here: bishop d3, bishop d2, rook c1. Black usually plays a6 in order to try and bring the bishop onto d6, from where it controls the e5 point, and also usually the bishop is best placed on d6 in these types of structures. So short castle, bishop d6, and now comes white's point of this whole setup: the knight to e5 and the pawn to f4. And this usually gives white excellent initiative. After knight c6, bishop e1 is one popular move in these types of positions. C into d4 is not so easy for black to take, because as soon as black takes c into d4, white has this very nice idea with knight into c6, bishop into c6, and now not e into d4, but knight to e2, attacking the c6 bishop and taking back on d4 with the knight, so that white's pawn structure is not compromised, and white continues this attack on the king side with the black bishop impeded by its own pawn on d5. So this is a popular idea, and this position itself is quite popular. It has a lot of games, but Ekaterina has gone for knight to g4, which seems to have which seems to be unfamiliar to Klekowski. He has gone into a 1 minute thought. He has only 15 minutes, so he clearly seems to be out of book here, and it seems like white is in a preparation. So good opening turnout for white.
Yeah, absolutely. Ekaterini up over a minute on the clock from a starting position. And we will keep an eye on this game. We'll jump around a bit more in the early stages. I was thinking on the camera, it's actually funny to see two of the fan favorites next to each other, Klekowski, and next to him, of course, Martin Tasbier, with the very recognizable scarf around his neck. So we will check back in with both of these players. For now, shall we have a quick look at our top seed, Alexander Motilev on board 1?
Yes, here we have it, Fiona. And it also intrigues me, because Motilev is the head coach of the Russian team. And in a sense, he kind of does a similar work to what I do professionally, but he manages to keep his chess playing level also at such a high strength. His rapid rating is 2700. He plays a lot of these classical events where he plays against the best of Russian players and holds his own. So it's a very curious thing that he might be one of the strongest chess players amongst those who coach professionally.
Yeah, and it's also impressive just how active he manages to remain with all the work that he is doing. And it's good to see him actually over the board here. I wonder if in the upcoming World Rapid and Blitz, if he will also be playing in Poland or if he might be helping some players. We will find out in just a week. But for now, what do we make of his position here against Thomas Bauer?
It seems like one of those very nice positions for White in this opening. It started with the three bishop b5 check in the Sicilian defense. I think it's called Moscow variation, which is probably where Motilev is from. And
Yes.
there is also I remember there was also a very nice course on this by Robin Van Kampen some time ago. It's a bit dated, but I learned a lot from that course. And there's Bishop D7, Knight D7, and Knight C6. Knight C6 is probably the worst of these three moves. I mean, worst is a very strong word to use, but Bishop D7 and Knight D7, they lead to equal positions with objective play. Knight C6 is a bit shaky, and after short castle, Bishop D7, Rook E1 to put the bishop on F1, Knight F6, C3, A6, bishop to F1. Bishop C4 is another move which was very recently introduced. I think in the course it was one of the first moves suggested, and in the subsequent games, the subsequent theory, there were a lot of games that picked on from around 2015 onwards. Bishop f1 is the old traditional way of playing. What White does is White tries to build this impressive center, and he doesn't care about getting his pawn structure on the king side a bit damaged, because Black has no way to take advantage of it. So White goes ahead, White gets an excellent and robust center, and once White gets this and Black is not able to challenge it with something like e6 d5, then White usually has a bit of an advantage. If Black can get e6 d5 and meet e5 with knight e4, then Black usually has a decent position fighting for equality. But here White already has an advantage. E5, D5, knight to D4. But this knight on D4, it is centralized, but it doesn't really have any squares from the point of D4. So Alexander just continued with bishop E3, knight into F3 check, G into F3, bishop D7. And this pawn has been shattered on the king side, but it does nothing to weaken the white king. It only adds to White's control of the center. And the queen side is vulnerable. So White starts moving towards that. He does so by bringing his knight to c4. The b6 point, a very inviting and luring prospect for this knight. Knight d2, knight h5, knight to c4. And next, the knight comes to b6 by force. Now this rook has no move at all. And Black's king is still in the center. Black is still completely undeveloped. So after bishop into f1, king into f1, White also threatens queen to a4 check, and then White will infiltrate on the c file. Black cannot bring his rook onto the c file because the knight on b6 is covering it. The Black king will be held in the center after queen a4 check, and after rook ac1, rook c3, and the other rook to c1, White is completely winning. So, it looks like Alexander is winning all these games right on the opening. All his work with the best players in the world, his in-depth
Paying
understanding
off.
of chess and chess. So exactly, it's paying off.
Yes. So that was quick work. I see that Hannes Stefansson from Iceland has also won his game already after his opponent blundered a piece. I wanted to go to the game of Vasif Durabaili, actually. Now I've lost it myself. We have a position with opposite sides castling various games. So Vasif is playing with the white pieces against Konstantinos Liodakis from Greece. And it's always a kind of position that I find so interesting when there's an attack going on both flanks. And I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Svinat.
Also, Fiona, my first thought was it looks very nice for black, and I'd be scared to play this with white. The amount of activity that the black pieces have against the open lines against the white's king, it's scary, to be honest. Uh, what stops it from becoming completely overwhelming is that there's no supporting cast. We have only the main cast, and black needs to get his minor pieces from the flank. They need the actors to play the supporting roles, but right now it's not easy for black to get them in place because the knight on c6, black would much rather have the bishop on c6 and the knight on d7 rather than the other way around. And it's not easy to move this knight away and bring the bishop onto c6. So a very promising position for black, but still some work to do. White, on the other hand, will look to probably put his bishop on e4 and then try to get some kind of counterplay out here. But putting the bishop on e4 weakens the pawn on e5, and right now it's not working for black to take this pawn, because after knight into e5, knight into e5, queen into e5, there is this tactic with bishop into b7 check. But in a few moves, it will become vulnerable. Black will play king b8 and something like bishop c8 maybe, and in a few moves, it can become vulnerable. So I think this is the strategic summing up of this position.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what will happen here. We will come back in a short while. I would definitely be a bit scared if I were Vasif, but he probably isn't. So we will come back and check it out. Maybe we have a quick look at Igor Kovalenko, see how he has recovered from his very long round 2 game. And he's playing against Alexandra Lach from Poland. I'm sure she was some kind of champion of something because I've heard her name before, but maybe someone in the chat can let us know.
Yeah, and Kovalenko has played so fast in this game. Yeah, he has almost had 15 minutes. He has been completely within his opening preparation. He was probably out of it at some point, but he has still managed to keep a very fast tempo. I also like the position of white's pieces is more active, but black is really solid, and the bishop is coming out from b7. The bishop will go to d5. In terms of pawn structure, black is a bit better. It's just that it looks like white has some initiative, but on the other hand, there are no concrete weaknesses to attack at the moment. So I think black has a solid and stable position.
Yeah, she will have to keep an eye, of course, on the clock as Igor, maybe after the long game, eager to get a quicker one, especially since the lunch break is coming up. So it's always nice to get a little bit of extra time to enjoy the lunch. But we will come back to this game. Let's maybe find some local players that we can look at. I was thinking maybe we can check in with Marcin Tasbir, who we saw earlier on the camera. He's playing next to Klekowski, and he's playing against a fellow Polish player, Damian Sliwicki, candidate master.
Yes, and Marcin is also playing really fast, but it seems like he really knows what he's doing. And from what I can see, this was the position white to play. And here Marcin found a cute little tactic which won a pawn instantly. I'll leave this up to chat to try and find this. Let's see if they have woken up completely this time. Um, but yes, he won. He won something from this point onwards, and he is keeping a very good position. It didn't take Marcin a lot of time, but here is your chance to see if you can match Marcin's ability in rapid chess.
So let's hear it from the chat. They promised us they were They were waking up, so are they awake now? So I'm keeping an
Katie
eye
is
on
like,
both
she's
chats.
part of official chat now.
Katie is already on 1 out of 1. She won the only test competition here so far today. So who's gonna rival her? Nobody.
Yeah.
Raj is asking, should we sacrifice something?
No, you don't have to. Maybe an opponent's piece, but not your own piece. Katie is like, this is tricky, guys.
I see that
But I'm also
children, your
looking at the
warriors.
YouTube chat,
Mm-hmm.
and I found someone who found the right move. It's Marcus Senna from YouTube, the European Chess TV channel.
Oh, very good. I should actually open that chat. Good point.
Yes. So we have a right answer on YouTube, and let's see if the Twitch chat catches up. But I'm guessing.
Come on, Twitch.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
Katie! Katie got it.
But I'm thinking Katie doesn't do a lot of chess content with her chat, or that's probably why they took a bit longer.
Hashtag blame Katie.
Hashtag blame Katie. The chat of a streamer really reflects the streamer, or that's what I've experienced in all my all the streams I watched. So if they took so
It's
long to
very
find
often
Queen
true,
D2,
yeah.
which exactly. Katie is like, our chat is well trained by daily puzzles, but it doesn't seem so. We know crocodile facts, puzzles, and cooking kachapuri.
They know the important
They know the life
things.
skills.
Oh, actually, Raj, Raj had actually given the answer even before Katie, yeah. And I had a carrot had confirmed. So there were some people. I had to miss them. Yeah, Raj and Carrot. Big shout out to these two, and of course to Marcus on YouTube. Okay, let's bring back the board and continue looking at the game.
Yeah. I was just waiting for the board. Yeah, and we have the move Queen D2 attacking both the h6 pawn and a5 pawn simultaneously. And Black could only defend one, so he chose to defend his king, biased towards a pawn near to it, understandably, because it is protected by those pawns. But it neglects the queen side, and there is no discovered attack that works. Knight into b5 would simply be recaptured with queen into b5, and white has been better ever since. And this is the live board that we have right now, the live position with c into d5. Marcin has kept up that advantage of material along with his advantage in time. He has kept a time over 15 minutes. It's almost as if he wants to win the game with more time than he had at the beginning.
Always a good goal to have.
I used to want to do that a lot when I was younger, especially when the increments were introduced for the first time. I was, I think, something around 10 years old. And I would want to see how much more time I can get after each game. And I tried really hard to get to 2 hours from 1 hour and 30 minutes, but I haven't achieved it till now.
Till now, Srinath, don't give up on your dreams.
It's become harder, Fiona, but I won't give up. I won't give up on my dreams.
And we see Martin once again made a very quick move. Life is good for Martin. A lot of time on the clock, a very advantageous, probably winning position, and soon he will be off on his lunch. So meanwhile, we will continue. Let me see. I'm kind of tempted to go back one more time, maybe to Vasif against Liodakis, because I still find this so interesting to see what will happen. And I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Srinat, on do you feel the situation has changed since we left it off a few moves ago?
Oh yes, Katie, a lot has changed. We left it at this point, and it kind of went according to our forecast. Yes, so White put his bishop on e4, but this weekend the e5 pawn, so Black swooped in to capture it with bishop f4. Then Vasif tried to create counterplay with b4, but Black took knight into e5, and after b into c5, bishop into d2. I think here already a piece is lost. Some material is lost. Queen into d2 definitely loses after knight into f3 check. A piece is lost because of the pin. White could have taken knight into d2, and I'm not entirely sure what's happening here, but knight g4 looks very, very dangerous. f2 is hanging, h2 is hanging, and White probably has to give up at least something. It looks very dangerous. Stockfish is ice cool there with 0.00, which is why I ignore the evaluation when I'm looking at human games. But
I
yeah,
think
bishop
really
into
it's so important. Sorry. I was just going
yeah,
to say
please
that
go on.
especially the faster the time controls get, the less relevant the computer evaluation becomes, because there's so much more variance and less time to calculate. And I mean, even when we left this game, I was saying that I would be terrified here as White, and I think I said maybe Vasif is not scared, but I think he's starting to. If he is not scared yet, maybe he should start to be a little bit worried.
Absolutely. I think anyone would be worried with the white pieces. And also, absolutely true about the evaluation point, Fiona. I mean, even in the World Championship matches, with such a lot of time, I found that Magnus and Jan, they were not following the top line of Stockfish in on a lot of occasions, and the way they evaluated the positions and the way Stockfish evaluated it was completely different. It was so when you looked at Stockfish, you were instantly losing in touch and reality with what was going on in the game, the human element.
And sorry, so just 1 second, just to let you know, our producer showed us there the top board finishing with Motilev and Bauer exchanging some words after the game. I mean, we saw that game earlier. As you had explained everything, it was just sort of a crushing victory, pretty much straight out of the opening. So the top seed, Alexander Motilev, will go into the lunch break on a perfect 3 out of 3 score, and always so nice to see the players discuss. And sorry, yeah, let's come back here talking about all the Stockfish and what we saw in Magnus Nepo.
Yes. So yeah, I mean, to sum it up, Stockfish shows 0.00 in most of the positions, and sometimes it shows insane variations. So it has quite often it has very limited relevance to what's happening in a game between two human beings, even two of the best ones in the world. And I think this game was also a good example, which further illustrated this. B into c5, bishop into d2. He had to lose some material here, but he chose to go for knight into e5, sacrificing the exchange, but in return he gets these active pieces in the center, and that makes your life and position a lot easier when you have pieces in good places, piece activity, even if you have a bit of less material. The game continued with queen into c5. Black is certainly better. He still has extra material. His pieces are looking at the king. Queen b2, bishop a4. knight d3, queen to b6, and white goes queen d2. This is the existing position we have on the live board, and black is still certainly better, but white is putting up resistance, and he's doing it with his pieces in active places. It's not going to be easy for black to convert this, I think. What do you think, Fiona?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think in general, probably the position might look a little bit. Sometimes the position looks so good to the eye. You see these rooks, you see the white king on the semi-open G file. But in theory, once you project yourself and put yourself in the shoes of the player with the black pieces and really start to think, you understand, okay, there are still some problems. It's not a straightforward just crash through and get the full point. And especially when your opponent is 500 points higher rated. We talked yesterday a lot about these guys, just how much resistance they put up, how resourceful they are. So for sure, I think I would probably even see Vasif still as a favorite here to win this game somehow.
That's a very interesting observation, and I cannot disagree with that at all. But let's see how it goes. Still quite a lot of tens battle ahead, and it would be really interesting to get back here when things heat up.
Absolutely. Maybe we can have a quick look at the legendary Mikhail Krasenkov, who's playing black against Pavel Kukula. Krasenkov has an impressive pawn chain going on here with the black pieces.
Beautiful, beautiful, Fiona. You see, I remember I was teaching someone about how bishops and pawns they work as a cooperation team because they are the only pieces that control diagonals on a chessboard. Of course, the queen also does it, but the queen is a bit too high value to be doing such trivial things. So it comes down to bishop and pawn to coordinate between them, and they have to divide their labor in such a way that they don't repeat themselves, and which is why you have to put your pawns on the squares opposite of your bishop. You control more of the chessboard, and also the bishop doesn't feel like the pawn is treading on its toes, and I think it does up beautifully.
Sorry, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought
Yeah,
I
yeah, I
lost
can.
you, but no, I really love that explanation. And actually, Srinat, I was just thinking, if I ever get back into playing chess professionally, I know you're a busy man, but I might be looking to get you as a coach because I'm really loving your explanations. And I also saw in the chat both today and yesterday, I even had some comments from people saying, really enjoyed the show. Sri is such a great teacher. So thank you so much for making, I think, this knowledge, also explaining it so well and making it so accessible to me and to all our viewers.
Thank you so much, Fiona. You're of course welcome at any time. Also, another feature I wanted to point out in this position, yes, I mean the bishops and the pawns, and the other pieces that are in action are the rooks and the queens, the heavy pieces, and the pawn structure is almost symmetrical, but black has the open, semi-open b file, and white has the semi-open e file. But you can see the stark difference between both white and black's pieces here. So black has a complete access on the B file, and the B2 pawn is a backward pawn. It's a weakness. Whereas white's play on the E file is very strongly impeded by black's pawn on E4. So this is another huge disparity. The one counterplay that white has is this knight on E3, and the knight on E3 is exerting pressure on the black's pawn on D5, which is a backward pawn actually. It cannot be defended by any of the other pawns on the adjacent files. And one thing that black will be looking to do is to try and keep pushing more of his keep pushing his pawns on the king side a bit more to take these squares away from white's knight as well. But here he wins something concretely. Yes, the pawn just falls. Now he
And
has to try
once
and
that
get in f4.
pawn falls, yeah, the pawn on b2, the base, of course, of this whole white pawn chain. So it's a massive pawn to drop after that. Very often the positions when the base falls, very often the rest collapses, a bit like a house of cards.
That's a fantastic analogy. I was looking for one, but I couldn't have found something better. But white still keeps his chances. Yes, rook into b2. He wants to meet it with knight into d5. But the problem with these kind of defenses, it defends for a move, but it doesn't defend for longer. When your position is strategically bankrupt, uh, there is only so much you can survive, so long that you can survive. And here, this bishop is going to get access to this f4 point sooner or later. And then when black gets his pawn to f4, this knight will be evicted from e3, and that will be the end of white's last resistance.
Indeed, it looks like White put up a valiant fight until now, but things are looking tough. Maybe we can check in with the second seed, Anton Demchenko. We haven't seen, I think, any of his games so far today, and he's playing black against Jose Miguel Ortega Ruiz from Spain, who we saw yesterday. It was one of the big moments that I remember when he missed his checkmate in one move against Kretarsson in the middle of the board when he was playing with the queen against the bare rook. So let's see if he fares better today.
Yes, I can so remember that moment and that maiden one that he missed. But in this position, his king is the one which is vulnerable. I don't think he's going to be the one who is mating here. Typical classic King's Indian position. Once again, you determine the structure, the skeleton of the organism. You determine things about an organism by looking at the skeleton. In chess, you look at the characteristics by looking at the pawn structure first, and it immediately gives you an idea of which opening it's probably from, and where the pieces belong, and what are the general rules that operate in that opening. And here it's a very nice King's Indian position, because usually in the King's Indian structure, this bishop stays behind the pawn on e5. The bishop is impeded by that pawn on e5. But here, the bishop is free. The pawn is already on f4. And black has got a very, very strong strategic advantage because of this. And added to this is the white king on f1.
Yeah, and we see Demchenko there looking quite confident. His position is, of course, very dominant. Do you think Ortega can put up a fight? What is the best way to try and create some chances, some play?
I think there is not a lot up to white here to try and create something. His role is reduced to a reactionary role. Black played bishop f6 with the idea of bishop h4, trying to trade that bishop and exploit the weak squares around the weak dark squares around white's camp. He has defended it with queen e1. So again, white's strategy in this position has to be to try and keep surviving one more at a time, and solve the immediate tactical and strategic threats.
So, Ned, so sorry to interrupt you. Let's quickly change the boards. Let's go to Igor Kovalenko, because we promised to go back there, and suddenly Igor might be in trouble against Alexandra Lach.
Oh, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised with how the game began, Fiona. And when your brain is tired, you make more. Oh, Queen d4. I like it. That's a very, very,
very nice,
very nice tactic. When your brain
It's
gets
also
tired,
such a
you
nice
make
move
more.
to.
I'm sorry, you go ahead first.
I was just going to say that it's always a nice feeling to get to make such a move over the board, especially against an opponent of the caliber of Kovalenko.
Absolutely, you don't get chances like that so often, yeah. At least I haven't in my career. And look at this lonely knight on h7. It's such a sad piece out of the game, and it's so far away from this b pawn. The c5 pawn is also. Black will need a few accurate moves here, but if black gets it, and if she can get this c5 pawn in the bag, then she's probably going to have a very good chance to win this game. But the next few moves are critical here. Black needs to be accurate. I'd start with something like f5. I think, just prevent this knight from coming on to e4. But Stockfish doesn't like it, so it's pretty easy to go wrong here. Maybe rook c8 is important, but it's not easy for black to take this decision. And this is a very critical and challenging decision. She
Actually,
did play rook
she did
c8.
go. Yeah. Wow.
And now after rook c1, knight b3 is tempting, but there is rook c3, and knight into c5 wouldn't work because of knight to e4. So I would still try and I would still be tempted with f5, but it's very annoying to be in the situation where you're so close yet so far. Maybe knight e6 is a strong move,
Oh, I like that actually, simplifying the position somewhat, but activating the king. And I also like that this move has the benefit that you almost cannot lose from here. If the knights come off as black, of course you can almost always lose, but you shouldn't lose unless you blunder something big. So I think there's a lot to be said for this move, 96. But she went
She goes
f5.
f5, which also makes a lot of sense. It was my first instinct. And he goes h4, yeah? Yeah, I think he went
Yeah, he
h4.
went h4, yeah. Yeah. And
And
we see the butt dropping. I'm curious, Rinat, when is the right moment to start using the b pawn? Do we want to keep it back on b5, where it's defended by the knight? Like, what is the strategy here to make progress once again for black?
I would first capture the c5 pawn, I would go knight b3 and first. B4 is important because knight b3 there was rook b1. So I think she's right. What she did makes a lot of sense to play b4, and she's playing all the best moves. Like Duda yesterday here, she's one best suited to answer your questions, Fiona.
Sorry, like what?
Duda did yesterday. I think she's the best person to answer the questions. I should probably find a way to pass.
Oh, yeah. And are we now? So now we are in a. Now we're just in a pure rook ending.
But
But
this seems a bit questionable to me because we are closer towards draw.
yeah.
If white manages to capture the b pawn, it's probably going to be draw, and on b3 it's very vulnerable. Black's king is not fast enough to take the c5 pawn first. So I think she might have made a small mistake here.
Yeah, it looks like a mischance. Maybe after knight f3, should she avoid to exchange the knight? So just maybe exchange them in a different way? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's always better to let the opponent take. So king e6 would have been more of my instinct here. And if white took on d4, then black would take with the pawn and have two passed pawns instead of one. And if white doesn't take it, then the king just comes to d5 and tries and collects this pawn. So instinctively, king e6 looks a lot stronger to me. I think knight into f3, this was a critical turning point in this game. And here things kind of started drifting towards a draw.
Of course, the draw, especially with the black pieces, will still be a great result for Alexandra. Let's go back, to the live position after King B2. Is that it? Are we sort of in a deadlock here? Like no side is going to be able to do anything really, or what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, white. I think one of the B pawn gets traded for the C pawn, and we go into a 3 versus 3 endgame. It can go into a rook endgame or a pawn endgame, and some of these pawn endgames can be potentially dangerous for white because black's pawns are more advanced. But this is only the case if the black king manages to get entry, and here I think white has a lot of moves to prevent that from happening. So rook into b3 here, and it should be a draw.
And that is, and let's see what she's going to. Oh, she goes for the rook ending. I thought she might, but now we will get the rooks will get forced off the board, and this should end in a draw. I'm already looking at what else is going on from our top boards after this game is over.
I see a
Do
big
you think it
upset.
will
I mean,
go
I
on?
see a. This game, I don't think so. I think we're going to end. It's going to be a draw. But I do see a upset in one of the games. Fiona, Felix, who drew against Duda, was the first person to take from him. Seems overrated opponent.
Yeah,
I
let's
just
go
need to
there
find the
actually.
board. Which
So
is
he's playing another. I mean, we saw the Polish players score a lot of upsets already, take a lot of half points or even full points for much higher rated opponents. And here, Radoslav Dzierczak, who is a FIDE master though, so maybe not the biggest upset, but still, let's have a look at this game. What is the Black King doing on c3?
Yes, the big difference again in this position is white has 2 extra pawns, and all he needs to do is try and create a passed pawn, but it's not easy because these pawns are on the same place as well as king is. And just as we zoomed in here, Stockfish, he makes a move which Stockfish doesn't approve of. But I think the problem is it started with this position, which was completely winning for white. I think he was a couple of moves away from finishing off black, but he seems to have misplayed. It required a bit of accuracy, not easy in a rapid game, and he kept giving these checks. And this king came all the way from g6 to c3, and white no longer has a win or a checkmate, a direct win or a checkmate. And I think this must have deflated Radoslav, and he makes this move bishop c6. I still don't see why exactly this is such a bad move, but I can see that black's position has improved considerably. His defensive chances has gone up quite a bit.
Yeah, I guess the idea, of course, which makes sense, especially in the first, is to try and defend, try and control this long white diagonal, give some protection to the king, stop any checks along that diagonal. And although we have the bar, it's not always easy to understand why is the bar saying. I think it's also a position where the evaluation could change again quite easily after a black move. That's not in case black makes a move that's not the most precise.
Yes. This is not going to be an easy one for easy conversion for white. Also, I have this general rule, I mean, back in the times when the engines came on, I was also pretty excited, and I used to talk about all these missed wins and missed draws and stuff. But later, I had this general rule with my students that if I couldn't find that move without the computer, then I have no right to criticize someone.
I think it's a great rule to have, and more coaches should follow that rule. By the way, Suna, just to let you know, since it's a game yeah, absolutely.
It has turned
Just
around,
to let you know,
Fiona.
Wow, what happened here? I was just going to say that Vasif Durabaili, by the way, he did win his game. We thought that might happen. But yeah, what has just happened here? And we see a draw agreed between Igor Kovalenko and Alexandra Lach. So congratulations to her on a big half-point scalp.
Here, what happened was after Queen B4, White went Queen A1 check because he did not want to trade the queens, but he probably missed that after King D2. It's a discard attack against the White Queen, and the bishop was already under attack, and White had to lose one of it. And now it's actually Black who's winning this. This is going to be an easy win for Black from here.
What a crazy turnaround and what a big heartbreak this will be for Radoslav. It's especially tough these games when they happen before the break, because then you get the whole lunch break to think about what you did. In those cases, I think a lot of the players, most players, prefer to just get another game immediately and try to get the previous one out of your mind.
Yes. Absolutely, absolutely. I
And
completely agree with you there. I was just trying to
yeah,
look if there are any more games going on, but I think most
there
of the
is
games
still
are either.
Yeah, there is still the one game between Bogdanov and Mats Andersen. Should be a draw, but that's still, I think, our number 5 board, so we could have a quick look there because it looks like Felix will be converting this. This endgame probably just a draw, but who is even trying something here?
I think in general, the knight has a bit more of an advantage in these kind of endgames on with the pawns on the same side, because with the pawns on the same side, the bishop's ability to be long range, the ability's value comes down a bit, and the knight usually has all these squares to move around. But in this particular position with 3 versus 3, it's completely drawish because anything any side can attack is very easily defended by just the king.
Yeah, so we will see. We will also see if we can get a visual on the player, see if we can read into something into their body language. And there we have them with the big close up, both looking focused, both around the 1 minute mark.
And I also noticed, just as I was browsing through the results, that Jonas, I think he's Denmark's best junior by far,
Mm-hmm.
and one of the most promising juniors from Europe. He seems to have lost against a much lower rated opponent, and I'm a bit
Wow.
surprised with Jonas because I would think that. I expected him to score a bit more in both the blitz and the rapid, but on the other hand, it's also an interesting trend that I noticed that some of the promising European juniors, they tend to develop a bit more classically. They get
Mm-hmm.
really good at the classical format first, and then they start paying attention to faster formats.
Well, do you feel like in India, do you feel it's different?
I think the biggest difference is if how much practice they have playing blitz. And in India, some of the best talents, they did play a lot of online blitz right from the beginning, and this helped them become very strong in blitz and rapid, uh, primarily the blitz format, and then it grows into the rapid format. But it helped them become really good in the faster formats because they started at a very young age. But if you're for some reason prevented from doing this, if you, for example, grew up with conceptions that blitz is harmful for your general chess, then I think it takes a bit of time to catch up in the longer run when you get older.
Some very interesting insights there, and also, well, the differences that you see. Srinath, I think that game has just ended in a draw. I think the round is almost over. So we are not going to go back actually to Katy and Piotr, because I think we are all going to go on a well-deserved lunch break, or almost dinner, at least in my case, and yours as well. So there will be a 1.5 hour break now, and we will be back with all the action here. Still 3 more rounds to go after the lunch break. Round 4 will start at 3 p.m. Central European time. So we look forward to seeing you then. And Srinath, I look forward to seeing you then as well. And we'll have a lot more chess action to look forward to.
Likewise, Fiona.
All right, I think we are live. I hope we're live with the precious guests over here. So this is Mikkel, this is Maya, and their dog, which looks really nice. You can show that. So you guys, you're one of the youngest participants from Latvia. So tell me how your tournament is going over here.
At the Blitz, I was doing pretty good. I think I had 13 points. Maya was not playing in the Blitz tournament, but now in Rapid, I have 2 points and Maya hasn't got any points. But I think we'll soon get it.
I have 1 point because I didn't have a people to play.
Do you love to play? Do you like to play chess?
Yes.
Do you also bring your dog when you play? Alright, you guys, I don't know if you know about Michael, but he has his own show, as I know, in social media. So tell us more about your show, how it's going with that.
I had my show in like a Latvia program, TVNet. I was playing chess with like celebrities from Latvia. Like now that Dana Reizniece also that works in now FIDE. Popular pop singers, hackers, and yeah, many more. That was season 1, but now in season 2, I introduced to many ways of playing chess, like dice chess. If you know, you roll like a dice, and then it says with what you go, and simultan. What? Yeah, and yeah. I forgot what was the name, but Sweden chess, I think, you play, you take a piece and then you give it to the other, and he can put it on the board. Yeah, like that. Yeah, backhouse. Yeah, backhouse.
Okay. The round now will start so soon. I don't want to put pressure on you because you have to play. Wish you good luck, Maya, and you as well. So I hope you'll come here in the studio, maybe today or tomorrow. We would love to have you here. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you going to win?
Yes.
Good luck.
Okay.
Hey guys, we're starting the round really soon. But now we'll go to Peter because he can introduce us the pairings for this round after the break and also the standings, so we can take a look what's going on at the European Rugby Championship.
The round is about to start, so I'll just very quickly bring you the pairings. As I checked, there are 49 players with the perfect score 3 out of 3. And now we see, well, it's harder and harder. I don't still see Grandmaster clashes, but there are already some International Master versus Grandmaster, and it's not so easy to predict clearly who is going to win in these rounds, and with every round it will be even harder. So on the first board, Antoni Kozak is facing Alexander Motilev, and then Anton Demchenko, Toivo Keinanen, Balok Imre, Szpar Miłosz. Those are the 3 top boards, and there are a lot more, like 20 more than 20 boards with the players facing each other who have the perfect score. Yeah, so now we are going to look at the live games from the studio. So it's all from me at this moment, and get back to you.
Thank you so much, Piotr. Renat, welcome back. I have to say, Katie, that the kids was so adorable. I think the viewers might not have been able to hear everything because there was some music at some point. But oh, those kids, they were so cute and they seemed so happy to be there and to be playing. And well, we're going to focus mostly on the top boards, but it's so good to see so many also young kids being there and being so happy to be there.
Yes, absolutely. And Fiona, I was also pleasantly surprised to see that the little boy, he was not just playing chess, but he's also a little content creator himself with his own show.
I missed that actually.
Yes, he has his own show where he mentioned that he was doing a variety of things and doing content like dice chess and Swedish chess, and I forgot one more variant. And I was like, oh my God, people, we have competitors not just in chess, but we have little kids coming everywhere.
I know. And actually, it was funny that he called it Swedish chess. My good friend Nils Grandelius would be very happy to hear that, because what he actually meant, and Ketty put him in the right track, is he meant Backhouse. And Sweden actually has surprisingly a big tradition of Backhouse. Some people who are watching this might not know this, but Nils Grandelius, the #1 Sweden player, he's actually a 5-time world champion in Backhouse. So I'll make sure to tell him those words from the little kid. And Srinat, well, round 4 has just started. So shall we jump back in, and I will let you choose which board to start with.
So by default, I had the first board ready on my screen, the board of Alexander Motilev against the international master Kozak Antony playing the white pieces, and we have the London system straight out of the opening, and the London system is, I think, one of the most user-friendly setups in chess, because you start with the pawn to d4, knight to f3, bishop to f4, and you have these pieces in nice places, and then you strengthen the center with e3 and c3. You protect the bishop with h3 in case black gets knight h5 and you have to go back to h2, and you get a very solid position. So one of the things people struggle with when they start to play chess is to make it to the middle game with a good position, and with London system there is very little that can go wrong. So I think this is a very versatile system that works from the lowest level to the highest level. And what black played with c5, e3, and here black has I think mainly two options. One is to start with e6, and other is to start with knight to c6. It's not a big difference, but theoretically a lot of theory has evolved in the London over the years because of the very high volume of games at the top level. And white has found many ways to pose problems for black right from the opening here. And knight c6 is one of the most popular moves in recent times. Knight b d2, and here black has a lot of different options. Black can go knight h5 directly. I think bishop f5, bishop g4. A lot of moves exist, and of course there's always queen b6, which comes in the London all the time, trying to exert pressure on b2 and d4 simultaneously. Motilio goes for e6, and after c3, knight h5. This is also a typical setup for black in the London system. White did not have time to play h3 and get his bishop onto h2, so he's forced to go bishop g5. Black gets f6, bishop h4, and now g5 directly wouldn't work for black because white just has this discovered attack with knight into g5, the h5 knight attacked by the white queen, and after f into g5, the important detail is that white takes on h5 with a check. So black does not have time to capture this bishop and loses the second pawn. So black goes g6, protecting the knight on h5 and trying to. He doesn't always develop his bishop onto g7. Sometimes it also goes to d6, but in effect, it protects the knight on h5, and the knight also might need the g7 square in the future. That's the only square it has remaining. Bishop d3, c into d4, and generally white captures back with the c pawn in these type of setups, and this is there have been a few games in this exact position theoretically, c into d4, bishop e7, and this requires and demands a bit of accuracy from both sides. If black goes a bit wrong, it can get worse for black pretty quickly. If black plays precisely, then he gets a very comfortable and equal position. And I have a feeling that Alexander knows exactly what he's doing here and how he should be continuing in the early middle game.
We also see he's been playing so fast. We mentioned, for those of you who were not here before the break, Alexander Motilev, not just a very strong player in his own right, but he's been a coach of the Russian national teams for many, many years. So definitely he knows what he's doing in the opening. There's actually, I found, Srinath, one other game where I'm not so sure if the black player is so sure what he's doing. Maybe we can quickly jump there. I'm looking at the game between Mats Andersen against Ilya Semyonovs from Latvia, and Ilya played a Benko Gambit, but I'm not sure if things are quite the way he would want them to be.
Oh, this is quite interesting, Fiona. I think it's instructive. It started with the Benko Gambit, which comes after. Well, I think we can go right from the beginning. Yes, d4, knight f6, c4, black goes c5, d5, and now b5. And Anderson chose to accept the Benko Gambit, c into b5, a6, b into a6. This is quite common. Black sacrifices a couple of pawns on the queens. Well, it's only one pawn because black does get one pawn back immediately. But in many cases, black chooses to delay recapturing on a6 because he wants to get all the other pieces out. And sometimes it can be critical to try and get one of your pieces to attack the pawn on d5 with knight d7, knight b6. So black chooses to start with g6, knight c3, bishop g7, e4, short castle. And the drawback of black's play is if he captured bishop into a6 here, then after e4, black had to take on f1. Black could take on f1, and white would have to capture back with the king, and the white king loses his right to castle on the king side. But black did not do this, and after e4, short castle, bishop c4, white gets a very comfortable development. So I think something had gone wrong here already. And the instructive moment is after black played a typical move in the Benko Gambit, queen a5, attacking the pawn on e4, pinning the knight, and bringing one more piece onto the queen side. And here a7. This is a very typical move, a very useful move to distract black's pieces on the queen side and not allow black to take bishop into a6. The big difference between having the rook on a7 and the rook on a8, in many situations, white would have something like the bishop on d2, and he would have access to tactics like knight b5. The rook on a7 is a bit more poorly placed on a7 compared to a8. So if white has a choice, it's a very nice idea to be able to insert this move a7. And this is a common theme in the Benko Gambit opening. After a7, though, black took knight into e4. He ignored this b8 knight, and this was probably not advisable. White just wins a piece. A into b8, rook into b8, and after knight e2, it's basically just a piece up. Yeah, there is almost no compensation from what I can see. The key point, I believe, is knight into c3, b into c3, bishop into c3 check. White has this move, bishop d2. He need not capture back knight into c3 and allow this queen into c3 check, which could attack a lot of white's pieces. But the bishop d2 intermezzo is, I think, pretty powerful.
Yeah, I'm curious in this game what it was that Ilya missed, because now, well, we see the game, we also see Ilya on the camera, who has the face of someone who knows things have already gone wrong here. I don't know, could it be this bishop d2 intermezzo that he missed? It's hard to say because he played this knight e4 move quite quickly. But now it's basically already game over. It's just an extra piece for white, and this might be one of the first games to finish in this round. So I think we're not going to stick around here too much longer. I was thinking maybe we could go to board 2, where Anton Demchenko is playing against Toivo Kenanen from Finland, who we saw yesterday give a bit of a fight to do that in the Blitz tournament.
Absolutely, Fiona. I think this is a very interesting position that we have on the board after the opening. It looks like, yeah, I mean, a couple of minor pieces have come off the board. It looks like white has a very dangerous initiative on the king side at first sight. The challenge for white, I think the immediate challenge is to try and stop black from playing e5. If he can do it, he chooses to go f3, which means he's quite okay with going into this endgame after e5. But allowing this, it extinguishes white's initiative. He can still create some pressure with something like knight to b5, but black need not take queen into d2 immediately. He can reply with bishop. Yeah, I think he can reply with bishop e6, because in that endgame, after trading everything, if white takes on the a7 pawn, black can come back rook a8 and take on the a2 pawn. So this looks like a good position out of the opening for black. He looks comfortable from what I can see.
We will definitely come back here. It's an exciting game as always with these opposite sides castling, so we'll keep a close eye on it. I was thinking we could also check out maybe the Polish women's champion, Klaudia Kulon, who was with Ketty yesterday for an interview. She's facing a tough task here. She's so far on a perfect 3 out of 3, but now she's playing with the black pieces against Alexander Donchenko.
Yes, Alexander Donchenko, as we also mentioned yesterday, I think he's the German number 2. Vincent Keimer is the number 1 right now, according to the ratings, and a very strong player, and a very strong presence in many traditional open tournaments across Europe and across the world. In this game, it looks like something went wrong for black here. It's a King's Indian defense, but not the fianchetto variation. But it's a very nice pawn structure for white from a strategic point of view. And it looked like things went wrong at this point. It was a very pleasant position for white. He had a slight advantage. There was this pressure against the d6 pawn, a better center, but it's also a typical position to have as black. And people do play these kind of positions. I never understood why personally, because to me, it always felt like white is always having the more pleasant position. But a lot of strong players get into such positions, and they develop a sense of how to navigate these kind of positions as black, and use it as a weapon to get a fighting position. But here things went wrong for black. She played the knight to h5, and this allowed white a very typical tactic in these types of positions. He just took this pawn on c6. The point being that after black recaptures the knight, white has bishop into c5, and black cannot recapture with the d pawn because the queen is pinned on the d5. She tries to fight it out with queen to h4, but white can just save this threat with bishop f2. At the very least, there's bishop f2, and white can also consider the option to play bishop into d6 and protect this diagonal with the bishop from here. So bishop f2 played, which was also my initial idea, because the d6 pawn hangs anyway, the queen is attacked, and white has the option to calculate queen into d6 and take it at the moment of his convenience. This unfortunate blunder with knight h5, it gives white a very, very nice position.
Yeah, and we see also on the camera there, Claudia, who's also, you agree with me, Srinat, that you can always kind of, not always, but very often you can tell from a player's face and body language when things have gone wrong.
Absolutely, Fiona. I recently met a few friends outside of the chess community. They were top mentalists, which essentially means their role, their performance is to read what is in people's mind, and they are brilliant. They are so good at reading the body language, and one of them was able to decipher my phone's password just by seeing how my eyes move, how my legs move, and a lot of involuntary movements. So I
That's
think you're absolutely
incredible.
right.
That must
And
be quite an impressive moment
absolutely,
to witness that.
absolutely, Fiona, it was quite impressive. And this is not even the most difficult performance that they do. This is like the basic thing for them, to just decipher what is in people's mind using the neuro linguistic programming, how the body language, how where you look at which direction, and all the involuntary things we do. But yeah, in general, body language gives a lot of things away.
Very, very interesting stuff. I think we're going to move on from here. I wanted to let all the fans of Marzin Tasbir know that he's actually made a quick draw. I don't know what happened. Is he friends with his opponents? Because he was a higher rated, but they made a quick draw. So the fans know. I wanted to go actually to a game, a player I don't know, Michal Flazinski with the white pieces, Polish player playing against Volodymyr Vitochko, who we saw yesterday actually for the first time. We were not familiar with him. And it's a bit of a messy and interesting position with a lot of pieces and pawns in this. So maybe you can try and shed some light onto what is going on here.
I had the same. I had the same first impression as well, Fiona. It looked like a complete mess. But again, the problem is white has an extra bishop, and these pawns, it's well advanced, but they're not well supported. So it looks like black is in a lot of trouble. He's going to lose either the d4 pawn or the g7 pawn, either one of them. If he advances his pawn with d3, he has castled, and he's going to give up the d4 pawn, which is an important central pawn, and it's going to be a big blow for black. But if he chose not to give that up, if he had played something like d3, then there were potentially more than one problem. One is that simply that the g7 pawn is lost, but also another problem was that white can start with the into d3, and then after black recaptures, there is this idea with queen h5 check. Maybe don't start with it. Start with bishop into g7, because queen h5 check, there is bishop f7. Start with bishop into g7, and after rook g8, now white goes queen h5 check with the idea of queen into head. And not only is black down by 2 pawns, but he's also, his king side is ripped open, and white is completely well protected. So there's no question of any counterplay or compensation. So he chose the lesser evil, but it was really not much of a choice. It was like going from the it was two difficult options for him, and he had to go for that which doesn't expose his king immediately in the short run. But a pawn up, a very strong bishop on d4, dark squares, deficiency in the dark squares, and weak pawns all over the queen side. It reads like a
So we
diagnosis of a very unhealthy person.
Yeah, so we have a quite a big upset on the cards here, with the Polish players really continuing to impress. And there was one more game I saw with another Polish player who seems to be doing well against one of the higher seeds. That's Mateusz Peszewski, FIDE master, who's playing against Andrzej Zumec from Ukraine, which also seems to be a messy position with some open files on the king side and a black king that is still stuck in the center of the board.
Just give me a moment to find the game.
Sure.
I think it should be somewhere quite at the... yeah, I got it.
It's tricky. We have so many live boards.
And in no particular order.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not even the same order on both our computers.
Which is crazy, yeah.
Indeed, but we do have the board on the screen. A big help for me is when you call out a player who is not
The countries.
having the Polish flag. Yes.
Yes.
Then it becomes so easy. Meanwhile, Mads Anderson has won his game against Semyono. So
That
was
was
a
very
pretty quick
quick,
win.
yeah.
And I think you were called that this might be the first game to end in a decisive result. But I'm also surprised to see that the crowd favorite Marcin had a very quick draw in his game today, in the fourth round.
Yeah. So what do we make of this? Are we a little bit scared as white here, or?
I think white is okay. I mean, black just offered the queen trade. Why he had to do so is because black's king is also not having a safe place to go to. Long castle is prevented by this bishop on g5. And c8 is also not a particularly safe haven for the king, because white has options to play rook c1 and create threats against black's king. Castling this side is just out of the question. So going for the queen trade, a very sensible option from black's perspective. As white, he can choose to play queen g4 and try and keep the queens on the board. Right now, white will not lose anything because of this, I guess, because after rook g8, h4, f6, white has his move queen h5 check. Or am I missing something more? Why is Stockfish? Yeah, at least he has queen h5 check, but I think the point is after rook e1, the d4 bishop hangs. So it gets worse for black. And for this reason, white can keep the queens. And if white goes to the endgame, then I think the position is pretty equal. White has this hedge pawn, which is quite handy. It's an outside passed pawn, and it can be kept on h4 for now. In the future, the paths of the pawn is protected by the bishops. h5 is not protected, but h6 is, h7 is. So if he can bring in a rook in the future to escort it, the pawn's going to run very quickly. The d pawn does not have the same kind of free movement, and it might take a bit longer for the d pawn. So although black has more active pieces here, I think the endgame is a pretty safe bet for white. But keeping the queens on is also an interesting option. It's not an easy for white to take. Keeping the queen on, it looks a bit tempting to me because of the black's king. Here also white will have the option to play h4. And first sight, it looks a bit more tempting for me to go keep the queen on, rather than go for the end game. It looks a bit more. It's a safe option to go into the end game, safer option, but I would prefer to go with queen g4, keep the initiative on.
Absolutely, Srinat. I've
What would you
been
decide,
quiet for a
Fiona?
while because I saw there were. It's a tough decision. What would you? Let me return the question. What would you do?
Yeah. So I would keep the queens on.
In general, of course, I always want to keep the queens on. So I probably would also do it here. I'll side with you. I'm not gonna disagree with you on this one. Actually, Sunat, I was just looking at the chat because there's a couple of requests to look at some games, but I actually couldn't find them. Someone is asking us to check the game of Liodakis. I know we saw a game of his in an earlier round, but now I cannot find his game. And there is also a request to look at. Do you see it?
Ludakis?
Yes.
Which country?
From Greece. But I scanned for all the Greek flags. There's like 2 or 3 Greek players on the live boards, but I couldn't find Liodakis. Maybe I'm blind. And then there was an.
It's only 60 boards.
You found it?
No, I couldn't. But it's only 60 boards, so it's quite possible that we don't have all the games.
And then there was another request to look at the game between Baum and Rudetsky. I think he's the streamer extentation, but I also could not find his game. So if I find the game, we will go there. Baum was from what country again? Was he from Germany or from Austria? It's so tough. I found the Rudetsky game at least. For me, it's board 44. It's more towards the bottom. So they are 2 Polish players, which doesn't make your task easier, Srinat. But Jonas Baum, international master from Poland. For me, it's board 44, if by any chance.
I got him.
Perfect.
Yes.
So I guess the fans are rooting for the player with the black pieces who has had a fantastic start to the tournament, considering his rapid rating is only 1820, but clearly all that streaming is paying off, Srinat.
Indeed, Fiona. It is paying off, isn't it? Although I'm not sure if that's an universal thing, but
I wish it was, but unfortunately not.
But at least in this case, black seems to have a very, very nice. I don't know how this knight ended up on b3. To be honest, it's so out of place. It shouldn't belong to b3.
Maybe we can go by a few moves.
Indeed. That's precisely. So we started off with this pawn structure. It's the Carlsbad pawn structure. Essentially, the Carlsbad pawn structure is when white has an e pawn and black has a c pawn, and we have pawns on all the other files which are symmetrical on A, B, D, F, G, and H. Then on all these files, and white has the e pawn but does not have the c pawn, and black has the c pawn but does not have the e pawn. Typically comes from the Queen's Gambit decline setups where white takes c into d5 and black takes into d5. There is this pawn on a6 which seems to happen in all the Queen's Gambit related setups these days. And here traditionally for white, the plan has always been to get the rook to b1 and go b4, a4, b5. This is called the minority attack, and this is because it's usually not so common to play on that side where you're weaker, where you have lesser forces. But in this particular pawn structure, having your pawn on b4, a4, b5, it weakens the black's queen side. It weakens the c6 point, and this is why this is such an effective way to play. Another important way for white to play is to break with f3 and e4 on this side, but that usually commonly happens when the knight is on e2. Here the knight has been committed to f3, and therefore I think white should probably have on this b4, a4, b5, which is why when he played this rook to e1, I felt that this was a bit off from the direction where the rook should have gone to, and then bringing this knight all the way to b3, it felt like it was. So you see, when knight b3 happens, the evaluation bar dips a bit. White probably wanted to put his knight onto c5, but again the plan is too weak, too slow, because in the Carlsbad pawn structure, black gets a lot of initiative on the king side. He gets his pieces on king side, and especially with this pawn on g3 here, there is a hook, there is a target with which black can open files towards white's king. So this is what happened in this game, and then he had to rush his pieces onto this side, but this allowed black time to develop a raging initiative. And the knight on b3, to this day, it still feels sad as to why it had to go there.
Absolutely. And now, well, is this a position on the board right now after f3, yeah?
I think so. Yeah, this is the present position.
So do we have to exchange queens, or do we have any
We
other?
do have to exchange queens, but you can either take on f4 and allow white to take g into f4. He has to take with the g pawn, because if he takes with the e pawn, then black can take knight into g3. Or black also has the option to play g5 and force white to take on d6, and then take knight into d6. So either of these options exist, and
I think he decided to capture himself, yeah, if I saw correctly on the camera.
yes. He decided to capture it himself and places the knight on g3. So here, the present problem for white, apart from being 9 minutes down on the clock, is that the e3 pawn is a backward pawn, and he's not going to be able to put two rooks to defend this. Knight on g3 will be well protected with h4, and it's not going to be vulnerable, at least for a few moves. So after rook e7, rook e8, white already has concrete problems to defend against.
Absolutely. Shall we come back here in a short while? We'll definitely keep an eye on it, because I know he has so many fans, but maybe we come back to some of our top boards. Maybe one player. Let's find a player who we haven't seen so much. We haven't seen so much of Klekowski today. Maybe let's go there. He's playing against another Polish player, Filip Czukrowski. And let's see if Klekowski can keep up the great work, the great performance from yesterday's Blitz event. It's one of the
Darius.
first, yeah.
Oh, he has a nice
So what
position with
our
white,
queens have
and
just, yeah. I got disappointed, Sunat. You don't know this about me yet, but I always get disappointed when the queens come up. I always lose
I
a
had a
little
sense of
bit.
it, Fiona. I mean, I'm
But
no
okay,
mind
let's
reader
have a look.
myself, but when you mentioned that
You could
f4 was your favorite move, I could.
And every time the queens come up, you could hear me snoring into the microphone over here.
I did.
So okay, let's have
I
a
don't know what to
game.
tell you.
Have a look at this game anyway, maybe.
You're doing that just because you have to, aren't you?
Exactly.
But it's a very nice position for white. He's just a pawn up. He has an extra pawn, and it's funny, there is Grandmaster Kevin Go Wei Ming from Singapore, and he has been my co-commentator a few times, and every time he would look at a position and he would forget to count the pawns, and so he would go into the position and evaluate something and then forget that the side he was evaluating favorably for was just a pawn down in the beginning and was having compensation. So when I count pawns, I always remember him the first. And
Funnily enough, I was just going to say that, funnily enough, counting the pawns is the first thing I have ever done, even before I was a commentator, when I would be at a tournament and look at the position. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but before doing anything, looking at anything, I would always count the pawns, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And then look at the
that's a very
position
healthy
only.
habit. That already puts your evaluation at a higher level than Grandmaster Kevin.
Well, that's good to know and good to get your approval on this. And I know why you were telling us this little story, because here, if we count the pawns, we can see that Klakowski is actually up a pawn.
Yes, and that's a very important part of evaluating this position. That's mainly why white is so much better, and also that the fact that the extra pawn is so easy to convert, because one of the functions of having one pawn more is that it gives you the ability to create passed pawns in the end game. And in this situation, it's so easy to do this. He has to just get the pawn to a4 and this pawn to b5, and he has a very strong and advanced passed pawn. It might take a bit of time. Bishop c5, rook c6. I think he's going to win a second pawn. Also, the black's pawns are kind of weak and falling apart.
Yes.
So a big
So it's
advantage for
looking,
Klekowski, and
indeed, yeah, I
yeah,
think,
he's continuing
well,
from
I was
where he
going to,
left off yesterday.
exactly. Looks like he's about to go on 4 out of 4. I was going to suggest to go back to board 2, where Anton Demchenko might be in danger against Toivo Keinanen.
Oh, where did all the pawns go again? It's again one pawn down for white, and this knight c8 is a very cute move. At first sight, it looks like white has his knight on d6, rook on e7. There is pressure on f7. There is pressure on b7. It looks like black has to move his bishop, and then something's got to give. Either the pawns on this side, if the bishop moves towards the king side, or the f7 pawn if the bishop moves onto the queen side. But this knight c8 concrete move, a very cute move. It takes out one of white's most active pieces and manages to neutralize all of white's threats at once. And white is
Yeah.
fighting for a draw here, actually.
Did we have any? I felt the players made some more moves on the camera. Did we get any moves on the board? No.
Not yet, no.
Maybe we can just get the big camera, yes. And there we see that, in fact, the rooks have come off. And now, has he picked up another?
He went
No,
rook
so it's
e8.
still... And now we have this interesting 2 versus 3 on the queen side and 3 versus 1 on the king side.
Yes, and again, the big advantage for black is he already has a passed pawn. A second one is probably on the way. So maybe start with bishop d7, take that knight away from that active post on f5, and then g5 is what I would look to make work as black. G5 and start rolling those pawns forward. As black, also what
Yeah.
you need to watch out for is the threat of bishop to d5, because if that b7 pawn falls, then white automatically gets an advanced passed pawn on the c line. So bishop d7, and then maybe the next move should be the knight to e7 to protect against bishop d5. First, protect against all the possible threats that the opponent has, and then these pawns can be set in motion.
I think that's very good advice.
b6
We
is
see
a
that,
curious decision.
yeah, b6. But I love what you were saying, and I hope the spectators are listening. I'm certainly taking note, because I think very often players of my level and below, we tend to just want to look at our own trumps, and then we see, okay, I have a pawn majority on the king side. Let's just keep it, get it rolling immediately. But I think it's great advice to first look at what are your opponent's threats, try and neutralize those if you can, and then use your own trumps.
Absolutely, Fiona. I think looking at opponent's threats is a very, very, very important part of skilling up. And it's something I'm quite guilty of all the time as well. Especially when I play online Blitz with the lower time controls, instinctively it's very easy to miss opponent's counter chances. And recently I've been guilty of doing this whenever I had a winning position. And then I start looking at the chat and I miss my opponent's counter chances, and then I have to try and flag them.
That sounds normal. As long as you got the speed, as long as you've got the speed, you don't need to watch out so much for the threats. But in this case, the speed isn't going to help the players so much, since there is a 10-second increment per move. Actually, both players are down to under a minute, and you were a bit surprised by this decision by Teufel to push b6. How do you evaluate the change in the position?
It seems like it made a lot of practical sense, because as we mentioned, the c5 pawn was quite dangerous. So practically he took the decision to neutralize opponent's most dangerous pawn, and now with bishop d7 he's looking to try and get this pawn to g5, and Demchenko is seriously getting low on time here.
Yeah, if we
No,
can zoom in a
he
tiny
has
bit,
played
what
knight
does he
c5.
have? Okay, he played knight c5, but yeah, both players are around the 30-second mark.
But here
And
I think
when
black
do you
can start
think?
pushing. Yeah.
I was just gonna ask, funnily enough, when do you think is the right moment to start pushing? Could it be now? And he and you both have answered my question. Here is g5. What about the pieces? If white has a chance or black has a chance, which pieces would they like to exchange ideally?
I think White's bishop. White's bishop is probably the most dangerous piece, because it can stop black's pass pawns and also support its own simultaneously. The white knight on c5, it looks good, it can be quite effective, but it has a limited range. So I would try to take the bishop out if there was a practical option to do it, but right now it doesn't exist for black. But on the other hand, taking j into h4 was also, I think, an interesting decision. It separates the black pawns, but it creates a dangerous passed pawn on the hedge file. And but yeah, these kind of decisions are always very tricky to take when you have less time. And without calculation, I think it's a gamble without concrete calculation.
And now, well, actually the bishop and the knight did get exchanged, but it was the black bishop. So white remains with the long range piece with the bishop. Do you think he has decent chances to hold, or it's very difficult here?
It's not going to be easy, because the black king is going to come and correct all these pawns. The white king has to do the job of sweeping up black's pawns on his own. All of black's pawns on the dark squares. The white bishop cannot help on this task, and he probably won't be able to get all the pawns either, because if the white king moves towards the h6 pawn, black will likely keep the f pawn alive. So I think the chances for black to convert this is a bit higher than the chances for white to defend.
Yeah, so we will see if he can get there in time. White, of course, will try to take all those kingside pawns as quickly as possible. And if he can manage to do that, then the bishop should be enough. Even if the two pawns fall, I guess the bishop should be enough to hold the draw. Or are there some cases where if the white king is too far removed, where where black could win with just the knight and the pawn against the bishop. So I think we lost Srinet for a second, but I'm sure he'll be back very soon. We see that Anton Demchenko is thinking. The problem is now the white bishop for now is stuck to the holding up, stopping the black f-pawn. And if we bring back the camera onto the board, we see that Toivo, he's trying to activate his king. We can just see the top of his king there. Let's try and get the view back on the board.
Meanwhile,
oh, you're back. Welcome back.
thank you. Where did I leave you the last? Well, thanks for holding the fort for.
No worries at all. And in the few seconds you were gone, it looks like Anton Demchenko has made quite some progress.